Hello, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Shiffa show. I see there's a few of you out there. Out to Don Pinero's mind. Out to everyone who locks into the channel on a regular basis. We got the chat show starting for you shortly. Okay, just a slight intermission before we start the show. Out to everyone in the chat room. Make sure you're leaving comments, like, and subscribe. If you want to join the chat, then you have to hit the other link. The other link is the StreamYard link. So once again, add to everyone in the chat. If you want to get into the chat and talk on the subject today, which is 5G, how does it affect people? Is it unhealthy? Has it got harmful effects? And what evidence have you got to support that, if you know anything? So everyone get joining, and we'll be talking shortly. Yeah, once again, yeah. Big up everyone in the chat room. Big up everyone that's tuned into the YouTube channel right now, yeah. Like, nice up yourselves. We're gonna start the show shortly. You know what I think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play that one from the beginning, because that one, I think it makes you think. So hopefully your minds are waking up. Let's go again. Yo, what's going on, people? I hope everyone can hear me okay. So, yeah, the subject of today. Woo. Yeah, it's a big subject still. So, today, Monday, we're talking about Corona. Nah, it's not Corona, it's 5G. I know I got someone with that. But yeah, so we're talking about 5G. How does it work? Can it be harmful? And anyone who's got any evidence and explanations as to the harmful effects and what we can expect from it, like, help us out, jump on the panel, tune in. Like, I'm gonna go through some stuff myself while I'm here, but yeah, like, it'll be interesting to hear what people have got to say. Definitely. So big up to everyone again for joining the panel, for liking and subscribing to the channel. Shout out to everyone who's just in the mist right now. Yeah, when you're ready, jump into the chat. But yeah, we're gonna be here for a little while, just going through some stuff. Hopefully, we've got a few people with some information that are gonna jump in and share with us as well. That'll be nice. So, yeah, like I said again, big up to everyone that's out there surviving during this crisis period with everything that's going on. It's gotta be crazy for everyone right now. I don't care what your life was like before, it's not the same now. Believe you me. It's crazy out there. Who's that, Fraser? What's happening, Fraser, man? Hold on 1 second. So, yeah, like I said again, big up to everyone that's out there surviving. Yo, crisis period with everything that's going on. It's gotta be crazy for everyone right now.
Jeff.
I don't care what your life was like. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah.
What's going on?
Have you got the YouTube in the background?
Oh yeah, it's on TV in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking I could hear it echo. I was thinking, right, is that me? Is my like, what have I done? I'm looking at buttons and stuff and tweaking stuff and thinking, no, that's not working. You all good though, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna chill though, listen in.
Well, before you just listen in and we get anyone else on the show, let me just like go through the questions with you first to start off with. Then I think that will make sense. So obviously the main question of the day is 5G. Do you know anything about 5G? How it
Nah, not
works?
really. To be honest with you, I'm curious to learn. To be honest, today.
See, I thought that's why it was a good subject, because not a lot of people really know about these things. Like, a lot of us are speculating about 5G. I'm not gonna lie. I've been part of the speculation bunch myself on a few occasions, but the truth is still the truth and it's out there. So, that's
What do you think 5G is?
well, as far as I know, 5G is a phone that is what runs the phone network or the signal or something like that. It gives you faster download speeds. That's what I know of 5G. Other than that, I've been told that the 5G pole can leak out radiation and stuff like that. I'll be honest with you, I don't care to explain it myself too much, because when you're regurgitating someone else's information, sometimes it can become lost in translation. Like that, like Chinese whispers. But I've heard things about radiation. I've heard things about it being linked with coronavirus. I've heard loads of different things, but I'm not just gonna regurgitate. So I think like what I want to do today is we just go through some stuff, and just find out exactly what is 5G, to start off with. Because obviously between me and you right here, right now, like, we're not that technologically sound in that field to know about 5G. Like, maybe some of these younger kids, they know about 5G. They know all the ins and outs. They know exactly what it does, so they can explain it. But You know, until we get some, obviously, some other people who may know some alternative information, we can just deal with what's out there for now.
Mm. Yeah, that's what I said, man. I just want to just listen in and just have a learn because this 5G thing's it's a new thing. So if anyone knows any information, then we could share it. You know.
Yeah. But obviously, we can share the screen as well. So I'm thinking I might just share my screen. And what we can do is we can put the information we're finding up on the screen, you know, while we're waiting for other people to jump in the chat room, if that
Mm.
makes sense. Just go through some of it. Because it's quite a complex subject, you know, but a lot of people have been talking about it. I've heard 5G so many times in the past couple of weeks. It's like 5G is just taken over the world or something.
Yeah, seems like the new norm.
Literally. Like it's just taken over the entire planet and everyone's swamped either by coronavirus or 5G flipping end of the world theories.
Mm. I don't think it's that deep though, mate. But I see where you're coming from. You know. But I
Literally.
think, from
Go
what
on.
I understand of it, it's like it's a transfer of data in it between networks, in it, and it's just the speed by which the data is transferred from one computer to another, basically. That's what I understand of it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And obviously, if it's going fast, it creates more friction, more problem for radiation, etc. But it's a give and a take, isn't it?
Just gonna look through some of this stuff. I did have a look through it earlier, but I thought I'll just do it with people here so we could just see it, like, you know, live and direct. What the Wikipedia says to us. In telecommunications, 5G is fifth generation technology standard for cellular networks, which cellular phone companies began deploying worldwide in 2019. The planned successor to the 4G networks, which provide connectivity to most current cell phones. Like its predecessors, 5G networks are cellular networks in which the service area is divided into small geographical areas called cells. All 5G wireless devices in a cell are connected to the internet and telephone network by radio waves through a local antenna in the cell. The main advantage of the new networks is that they will have greater bandwidth, giving faster download speeds, eventually up to 10 gigabytes per second. Really? Okay. Due
Oh,
to
that's fast. That is
due to the
10
increase,
gigabytes a second, bro.
yeah,
Jeez.
10 gigabytes a second. So due to the increased bandwidth, it is expected that the new networks will not just serve cell phones like existing cellular networks, but also be used as general internet service providers for laptops and desktop computers, competing with existing ISPs such as cable internet, and also will make possible new applications in IoT and M2M areas. Current 4G cell phones will not be able to use the new networks, which will require new 5G enabled wireless devices. The increased speed is achieved partly by using higher frequency radio waves than current cellular phones. However, higher frequency microwaves have a shorter range than the existing frequencies used by cell phone towers, requiring smaller cells. So, to ensure wider service, 5G networks operate on up to three frequency bands: low, medium, and high. A 5G network will be composed of networks of up to three different types of cell, each requiring different antennas, each type giving a different trade off of download speed versus distance and service area. 5G cell phones and wireless devices will connect to the network through the highest speed antenna within range at their location. Okay, so from what I've heard here, they're talking about using microwaves. And I have heard someone talking about something to do with microwaves and like the actual radioactivity that it's emitting is like microwaves and that can cook you basically. Long story short of it. But I've not heard it saying that it can cook people. on this particular piece of writing here. So yeah, low band 5G uses similar frequency range as 4G cell phones, giving download speeds a little higher than 4G. Um, yeah, I don't think this is really going to give us much information. That's just telling us how wicked and wonderful it's going to be for the 5G user, you know, using their new 5G device that eventually will be downloading, like, what was it, 8 gigabits per second? That sounded insane. I'm not going to lie, those numbers sound ridiculous. So obviously, if eventually it's going to be downloading 8 gigabits per second, you know, how much, you know, radio waves is it putting out now, and how many more radio waves does it have to put out before you get your 8 gigabytes a second, or 10 gigabytes, or whatever it was per second, you know? And what is that doing? You know, I have no idea. But there's not really much on the internet about 5G, to be fair. Like going through.
So Shiv, from what you've read, do you think it's good or bad?
Well, as far as Wikipedia is concerned, it's the best thing since sliced bread.
What do you think, though, personally?
Well, from what I've seen so far, I think the one word that I picked up on there was the microwaves. Yeah, because a microwave is something they use to cook food. And like I said, I'd heard someone say something about the technology being used in it being similar to a microwave, and then being able to use it to cook people like where they stand. You know, there's like some type of weapon or something the army use, which uses similar technology. Long story short of it, and I just thought that was quite interesting. That when I read that piece of, you know, writing that we just looked at, it clearly said, you know, microwaves. You know, if I go BBC News, I bet they're not going to be telling us much about it. But look, this one says the risks. Fifth generation of cellular technology for the next generation of smartphones is imminent. And with it, there's concerns about the health risk of this new, more powerful network. How worried should you be about coming 5G health, the coming health apocalypse, 5G health apocalypse to be precise? By now, you may have seen articles on Facebook or alternative health websites. The gist: 5G is dangerous, escalating of traditional cellular technology, one packed with higher energy radiation that delivers potential damaging effects on human beings. Some 5G conspiracy theorists contend that the new network generates radio frequency radiation that can damage DNA and lead to cancer, cause oxidative damage that can cause premature aging, disrupt cell metabolism, and potentially lead to other diseases through the generation of stress proteins. Some articles cite research studies and opinions by reputable organizations like the World Health Organization. All right, so that didn't really give us much. Hold on, there's a bit more. 5G has been hyped for a few years, but this is the year that carriers begin the process of rolling out the new wireless standard. AT&T version and Sprint also have all started to deploy their networks in the first half of the year, though widespread availability is still a year or more away. 5G will get a foothold in little more than a handful of cities this year. Okay, so that's just telling us how many places it's going to be. Okay, but so far I've not seen much information out there on what the actual health effects could be. I've not seen anything at all, really. And this is what's out there for people, obviously. Anyone who's Googling online or whatever you're doing, you know, this is what you're expecting to find. There's a little bit something down here. Look, at the root of all concerns about cell phone networks is radio frequency radiation, RFR. Is anything emitted in the electromagnetic spectrum from microwaves to X-rays to radio waves to light from your monitor or light from the sun? Clearly, RFR isn't inherently dangerous. So the problem becomes discovering under what circumstances it might be. Scientists say that the most important criterion about whether any particular RFR is dangerous is whether it falls into the category of ionizing or non-ionizing radiation. Simply put, any radiation that's non-ionizing is too weak to break chemical bonds. That includes ultraviolet, visible light, infrared, everything with low frequency like radio waves. Everyday technology, everyday technologies like power lines, FM radio, and Wi-Fi also fall into this range. Microwaves are the lone exception, non-ionizing but able to damage tissue. They're precisely and intentionally tuned to resonate with water molecules. Frequencies above UV, like X-rays and gamma rays, are ionizing. So, from what I've just read there, they're saying that the microwaves aren't dangerous, yeah? That's what they're saying in the first half of their paragraph. But when you get to the second part of their paragraph, they're saying that the microwaves, can damage your cell. They can damage cells, you know, um, or damage tissues was the word they used. Yeah. So it says it's the lone exception. It's non-ionizing, but able to damage tissues. So they're precisely and intentionally tuned to resonate with water molecules. So when we put that in perspective now it's sounding like there might be something to worry about, because as far as I read earlier, there is microwaves involved with this. Studies aren't clear cut. Of course, just because there's no known mechanism for ionizing radiation to have a biological effect, that doesn't mean it's safe or that no effects exist. Indeed, researchers continue to conduct studies. One recent study was released by the National Toxicology Program, NTP, an agency run by the Department of Health and Human Services. In this widely quoted study about cell phone radio frequency radiation, scientists found that high exposure to 3G RFR led to some cases of cancerous heart tumors, brain tumors, and tumors in the adrenal gland of male rats. Okay, and that's 3G. So we're already seeing that there's some harmful effects at 3G. We ain't even got to 5G yet. The study is a good object lesson in how hard it is to do science like this. As real clear science points out, the number of tumors detected was so small that statistically could have occurred by chance, which may be more like, since they were only detected in male subjects. Moreover, the level and duration of the RFR exposure were well in excess of what any actual human would ever be exposed to. And in fact, the irradiated test rats lived longer than the unexposed control rats, says Dr. Novella. Experienced researchers look at the study like that and say that doesn't really tell us anything. I didn't think it really told us much either, to be fair, but he says that the rats that weren't exposed, they died quicker, and the ones who were exposed lived longer. And this is rats being exposed to RFR. All right, so just to make that clear. So, sizing up 5G risks. Ongoing studies aside, 5G is coming, and as mentioned, there are concerns about this new technology. A common complaint about 5G is that due to the lower power of 5G transmitters, there will be more of them. The Environmental Health Trust contends that 5G will require the build out of literally hundreds of thousands of new wireless antennas in neighborhoods, cities, and towns. A cellular small cell or another transmitter will be placed every 2 to 10 homes, according to estimates. So these things are going to be absolutely everywhere. They're going to be right outside your door. If it's not right outside your door, it's 9 doors away at most, like that. So obviously, if you live in a block or something like that, it's going to be different. They might be placed, positioned a little bit away. Who knows? I don't really know. But it's sounding like, from what that says, there might be a lot of these things going out there. So just scanning through the rest of this because I don't really want to just read out everything. I think we've got enough. All right, so I don't think there's anything else there that's that useful to read, to be fair. But so far, the only thing that I've seen in there that I think sounds even the slightest bit worrying is the microwaves. Just going by the information that's on Google and on Wikipedia and the rest of it. There are other things on there. Let's see what other people search for. And it just brings you back to the same page over and over again. What's this one? We have no reason to believe 5G is safe. Let's have a look at what some of this is saying. The telecommunications industry and their experts have accused many scientists who have researched the effects of cell phone radiation of fear-mongering over the advent of wireless technology 5G. Since much of our research is publicly funded, we believe it is our ethical responsibility to inform the public about what the peer-reviewed scientific literature tells us about the health risks from wireless radiation. The chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, recently announced through a press release that the commission will soon reaffirm the radio frequency radiation RFR exposure limits that the FCC adopted in the late 1990s. These limits are based upon behavioral change in rats exposed to microwave radiation and were designed to protect us from short-term heating risks due to RFR exposure. So, yet since the FCC adopted these limits based largely on research from the 1980s, the predominance of peer-reviewed research, more than 500 studies, have found harmful biological or health effects from exposure to RFR and intensities too low to cause significant heating. Okay. Citing this large body of research, more than 240 scientists who have published peer-reviewed research on the biological and health effects of non-ionizing electromagnetic fields, EMF, signed the International EMF Scientists Appeal, which calls for stronger exposure limits. The appeal makes the following assertions. Numerous recent scientific publications have shown that EMF affects living organisms at levels well below most international and national guidelines. Effects include increased cancer risk, cellular stress, increase of harmful free radical genetic damages, structural and functional changes of the reproductive system, learning and memory deficits, neurological disorders, and negative impacts on general well being in humans. Damage goes well beyond the human race, and there is growing evidence of harmful effects to both plant and animal life. Okay. The scientists who signed this appeal arguably constitute the majority of experts on the effects of non-ionizing radiation. They have published more than 2,000 papers and letters on EMF in professional journals. Um, the FCC's RFR exposure limits regulate the intensity of exposure, taking into account the frequency of the carrier waves, but ignore the signaling properties of the RFR, along with the patterning and duration of exposure. Certain characteristics of the signal, example, pulsing, polarizing, increasing the increase the biological and health impacts of the exposure. New exposure limits are needed, which account for these differential effects. Moreover, these limits should be based on a biological effect, not a change in laboratory rats' behavior. So, I think I'm getting a gist of what this article is saying, and it's basically saying that the test isn't good enough that they've done. Long story short of it, especially with that reference to the rats at the end of it. And, obviously other scientists are carrying out their own tests and publishing their own papers independently, which are finding that there are health risks. I'm trying to scan through this and see if I can find what any of the health risks are. But yeah, long story short of it, this article here definitely disagrees with the first one. And yeah, I'll read the end. I'll just read a little bit more of it just to summarize what this basically saying. So it says the latest cellular technology, 5G, will employ millimeter waves for the first time, in addition to microwaves that have been in use for older cellular technologies, 2G through 4G. Given limited reach, 5G will require cell antennas every 100 to 200 meters, exposing many people to millimeter wave radiation. Yeah. 5G also employs new technologies, example, active antennas capable of beam forming phased arrays, massive multiple inputs and outputs, known as massive MIMO, which pose unique challenges for measuring exposures. Millimeter waves are mostly absorbed within a few millimeters of human skin and in the surface layers of the cornea. Short-term exposure can have adverse hold on, physiological effects in the peripheral nervous system, the immune system, and the cardiovascular system. The research suggests that long-term exposure may pose health risks to the skin. Example, melanoma, the eyes, example, ocular melanoma, and the testes, e.g., sterility. So, is that saying that it can make you sterile? Like that? And it can give you melanoma. Are those some health risks in there? Since 5G is a new technology, there is no research on health effects. So we are flying blind, to quote a US senator. However, we have considerable evidence about the harmful effects of 2G and 3G. Little is known about the effects and exposure to 4G, a 10-year-old technology because governments have been remiss in funding this research. Meanwhile, we are seeing increases in certain types of head and neck tumors in tumor registries, which may be at least partially attributable to the pro-life rotation of cell phone radiation. These increases are consistent with results from case control studies of tumor risk in heavy cell phone users. So, I'm not even gonna go through the rest of that. Like, I think we all kind of get the point here. We get what's going on. Like, at the end of the day, there are definitely some health risks there. They're not being publicized, but there are definitely some health risks there, if anything. So we need to know exactly what they are. That would definitely be helpful. So people can know how to protect themselves. You know, how to be ready for whatever effects may hit them. And then what's even more confusing is when they got things in there and they're talking about 2G and 3G. Yeah, they haven't got the research out there on 4G because the government weren't funding the research. But it clearly stated in there that 2G and 3G had adverse effects on people getting more tumors. Yeah, that's 2G and 3G. Now the government was obviously funding the research at that point. Now obviously they've realized people are getting tumors, so why has the research stopped? Yeah, it don't make no sense. The research should still be continuing then, innit? Because at the end of the day, like if you put it in perspective now, I can't even explain it properly like right now. That's just like it's really hurt my head. Like you're gonna stop the research because people are getting sick. That don't make sense. We need more research to make sure people are protected, innit? Wouldn't that make more sense? I think that would make a lot more sense. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, like from what we've just read in it. That's what they're saying, in it. Like, I don't know how provable that is. That's something else for me to look into now. Did the government stop the research on purpose? Or did it just stop? Why didn't they do research on the 4G? But we know the 2G and the 3G can already have adverse effects on giving people tumors and stuff like that. So what's the 5G going to do? That's only 2G and 3G. And they're using the same things. They're using the microwaves, the radio waves. Now we're just going to be getting more. So if we're going to be getting even more radio waves and microwaves, how is that going to affect people? We need to really think about this because that sounded quite serious. But in another respect, we don't want to be scaremongering ourselves because, we don't really know. We're just going by what someone else, we just read something, you know. So I'm not gonna treat it like it's my religion and live by it. I'm just gonna say I'll be aware. It's giving me an awareness. And I think that's what we're really trying to deal with over here right now today, is more to do with awareness, getting people to start thinking about things, talk about things, A problem halved is a problem shared, like that. Makes it easier to deal with sometimes. Anyway, so more to the point, we know that the 5G, there's things about it that have not been explained properly by the government, you know, and we know that right now there's not no research out there on the 4G, but there's enough people out there getting cancer, enough people out there with cancers all over the place. Trust me. Now you think to yourselves, like everyone out there who's listening, yeah, if you know someone that's died from cancer, and you think how these cancers just come all of a sudden, all of these new cancers, all day, all week, all month, all year, every year, there's someone else dying from cancer, randomest thing, it just comes in and gets you, bang, you're gone. Like, it's crazy. But obviously, if the telephones are causing the cancers or having some adverse effect on us that's making us more prone to cancers, and they're not telling us, there's got to be a problem with that. Like, I got a problem with that. If that is the case, I'm not saying it is the case because I don't really know, but we need to know, because from what I read on the government's website, they said it was all good. But when we just saw that other website was talking like something, not the extreme opposite, but there's definitely things that need to be looked into. Long story short of it. Yeah. Let me just do some shout outs to everyone who's in the chat room. So out to Nadia, out to GNM Gaming, out to Pat Guy, out to Gully and Co, out to Panero. Don't know my brother. Yeah. Make sure everyone likes and subscribes when you tune into the channel. Yeah. Out to J Profit. Thanks for your information, brother. Yeah. We got Mossland Minds in the chat room as well. So if you guys have got any information to share in the chat room, like feel free, like drop a comment, drop a question, and we'll see if we can get into something over here. But obviously right now it's just me and Fraser in the chat room. We've had a little discussion about what 5G is. Now we're getting into the ins and outs of what it does. So yeah, so Mosslands, you got the info. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is give us a second. Sorry, mate. I don't know why I've not got this ready for you. So if you look in the comments here, Mosslands, the link for the stream should be in the comments. It should be under the comment you just posted, literally. So if you go into the comments, hit the link, and then you'll be in the chat room with me. Yeah. So yeah, out to everyone out there listening. I hope that you've picked up something, if nothing, from what we've been speaking about already. Something. Just the idea that there's potential danger with the 5G. Jay Prophet says he's got some good facts for us all. So we'll see what good facts he's got. Yeah, but out to Muslim Minds, like join the stream and share your information. I'm waiting to hear from you anyway. So I've just put the link in the chat. Everyone who's in the chat, if you want to join the live chat, and come and have a conversation, feel free to hit the link and jump into the chat. So yeah. I'm gonna go through some more 5G stuff and see if I can find anything else interesting that might water our taste buds. And I hope everyone's having a good day out there, man. My day was kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie. It was kind of boring, but it's getting better. Is that Muslims, yeah? Let me just add you to the stream, my brother. What's happening, Moss?
Yo, not much, bro. Yourself, yeah?
Yeah, not too bad. Just here, man. Just enjoying the flipping stream. I could say enjoying the weather, but it's not sunny outside anymore. It's gone all
Nah, it's cooled
flipping.
down now.
Yeah, it's gone all murky and muggy down here.
Yeah. Well, basically, bro, I got something about this 5G and that if you want to listen to it.
Yeah, man, come and share some information.
If you check out on the Bible, yeah, verse 3 of 16, it states in 2020 we're going to have a massive epidemic that no medication, no vaccinations or anything's going to solve it.
All right, Muslims, 1 second, yeah, before you do this, yeah. Let me get it up on the screen. So obviously, anyone who's watching at home and listening,
Yeah.
What you're reading, then they can have a good, gander for themselves. So what's the Bible passage?
Verse 3 of 16.
Verse 3:16.
Yeah.
And what chapter is that?
3:16.
Say that again. Can you hear me? Yo, Moss, you gone kind of quiet,
Yeah, it's my signal, bro.
Yeah, well, what was the Yeah, what was the passage, the quote, the passage, and the chapter? My bad.
Just type in on Google, yeah, verse 3 of 16, and it'll come up with it.
Verse 3 of 16. All right. Let's see what he comes up with. Oh, you're talking John 3:16. I've got you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. All right. This is going to be interesting because I've heard John 3:16 before, but I want to hear what you're getting from John 3:16. Hold on, let me just get it up on the screen before you go through it, and then we can have a breakdown from you afterwards. If you just give me a second, it will be coming up very shortly. All right, when you say John 3:16, are you just talking literally just that line 16, or are you reading on past 16?
The whole part of that 16, bro.
All right, so you want the whole thing. All right, I've got you. So you don't just want 3:16, you want 3:16 and then continue. All right, let me get you up. All right, here we go. So if I just share that with you now. Don't worry, people. I'll get better at this. I will get better. I'm taking long now, but trust me, I've taken a lot longer at other things in my life. I won't explain. All right, so here we go. There we go. 16. Yeah, there you go. Can you see it up on the screen? Hopefully everyone can
I can see it.
Their screens. Yeah, so you give us your breakdown, your explanation now, Moss.
Basically, I can't see it on this part that you've got up here, but in a part of it, it states in 2020 there's going to be a massive outbreak of like a flu, a fungi kind of flu that's going to attack your airways and stuff. And there's going to be no vaccinations, nothing can stop it. But the only thing we're going to find out after so many people have died, the only thing that can stop it is high level of electrons in the air. And what was the other thing? High electrons in the air and boiling hot heat, like really hot sun. So you think about it, these high electrons, bro, what's 5G? Do you know what I'm saying?
I hear you, but we'd like to see the actual where's that part though? Where is that bit?
Hold on, let me just jump off mine. I'll try and pop it up on mine somehow.
Yeah, let's see if we can find the actual quote first before we get into it. I think that makes sense. But it sounded interesting.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, I'll put you in the back room for a sec.
Yeah, bless, bro.
Yeah, man, this is sounding interesting. I want to see what Moss has got cooking around there because it's sounding real interesting. Like so far, obviously, we've seen John 3:16, and I'm not able to see the part that he has quoted, not in so many words as in 2020 anyway, which is what I've been scanning for, but yeah, I'm not really finding anything in that part of the Bible. But I'm sure when Moss is ready, he will let us know. I'm 100% sure. So yeah, out to everyone who's leaving comments. All right, let me put up some of these comments. Out to Software. Shout out to J Profit with the comments. All right, let me see if Moss is ready yet. All right, Moss, you're back in the room, yeah? When you're ready, just unmute your mic. He's disappeared. He's probably browsing through web pages. This is the only thing when you're using your phone with these programs. Sometimes you can be hindered when looking for information or if the phone rings. So if you're planning to join the stream at any time, if you do have a computer, a desktop, a laptop, anything like that, probably best you use that. Maybe even the iPad if you don't get calls on it. That could make sense. But yeah, I'm waiting to hear this information from Muslims because that was sounding interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I like the juicy bits. What did he say? That's only in New King James Version, not Old Testament original version. Okay. So, J Prophet, can you show us where it is? Do you know exactly where to find the part of the book, the Bible, sorry, that Muslims was referring to? And if you do, can you post it in a comment so that we can go and reference it ourselves? Or, we don't mind waiting for Muslims, but, speed is everything in these kinds of situations. So if you wouldn't mind, that would be helpful. Out to Muslim minds, if you're listening, just hit the link again and rejoin the chat. Out to Pat Guy. Again, out to GNM Gaming Music Media. Yeah, I was just going through some of these comments, some weird ones. But yeah, so basically, getting back onto 5G for a second while we wait for Muslims. I think it's got to a stage where, like it said in some of those articles, people are being quite apocalyptic with it. I don't really understand all of that. Like, if it's such a bad thing, we just need to be getting very researched with it, and very in the know with it, and very understanding of it. Because when you understand something, furthermore, when you overstand something and you fully get the ins and outs, and it's now become something that's second nature to you, that's when it can become less harmful to you. When you don't understand something, that's when it can harm you. So at the end of the day, everyone knows, isn't it? Like, if you drink, like a drunkard, it can be detrimental to your health. That could be damaging to your liver, to all sorts of parts of your body. But obviously, if you drink in moderation, you have a drink now and then, that might be a lot less damaging. So these are the questions we need to be asking. We need to know. All right, we got Muslim Minds back, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing, my brother? Can you hear me all right, yeah? All right, we'll wait for him to get sorted. But yeah, I think everyone's getting the gist of it. We need to be knowing of things, because otherwise they can affect us, and we're not going to know how it's affecting us. We're not even going to realize until it's too late. If we're knowing of these things, we can put things in place to protect ourselves early. And that's what we need to be dealing with, prevention. We don't always want to be curing something. We want to be preventing things. So, as far as this radiation stuff, I remember this a little while back. I remember seeing someone on YouTube or something along those lines, and he was talking about phones and not putting the phone to your head. And then basically I just stopped putting the phones on my head. Like, I put it on loudspeaker, like that, because I thought, what's going on? Like, am I giving myself brain tumors by putting this thing to my head every minute? Because I was on the phone a lot. Like that. So I started talking to everyone on loudspeaker, but then you realize you can't chat to everyone on loudspeaker. Because what if you got an important phone call? That ain't gonna make no sense. You know, if you got important phone calls, you don't want everyone hearing your business neither. So sometimes you can't be on the loudspeaker like that.
Sorry, Shiffa, my signal's really bad, bro.
That's all right, brother.
Yeah. Basically, I got my wires. A bit crossed. It's not actually in the Bible, but it was stated back in 1986, I think it was, by Sylvia Brownie. If you can search on Google, Sylvia Brownie predicts the end of Earth. Yeah, it should come up on there, and then we could read through it.
Hold on 1 second. Let me go back to my little page here. And we'll try something else. Sylvia Brown, yeah?
Yeah, Brownie,
How do I
IE at the end. Oh Jesus.
spell Sylvia?
Yeah, just do like SL. Yeah, SYL. So VIA, and then Brownie.
With E at the end, yeah?
Yeah, it should have IE though.
Okay.
Google Images is probably the best way to find it.
Images, yeah?
Yeah, click onto your images, bro.
Okay, so this is a quote in a book.
Yeah, there it is. See that one that your mouse is on now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not actually in the Bible. I
Right.
got confused with all my research I've been doing.
I'm not interested in the philosophy or morality of biological warfare, Tina said. Right now, I just want to know how the hell Danny wound up in this place. To understand that, Dombe said, you have to go back to 20 months. It was around then that the Chinese scientist named Li Chen defected to the United States, carrying a diskette record of China's most important and dangerous new biological weapon in a decade. They call the stuff Wuhan 400 because it was developed at their rDNA labs outside of the city of Wuhan, and it was 400th. Hold on. It was the 400th visible strain of man-made microorganisms created at that research center, if I've read that right.
Yeah, and then go back onto where you found that. Yeah.
All right, let me go back.
One more. Yeah. Now go up a bit. Keep going. Up. Yeah. That one there. See under it. Go down. Yeah. There. Stop. Go down. Down one. Yeah. There, bro. That one.
This
Click
one.
that. Yeah. That one that you were just on. Yeah.
All right, let me see if I can make this bigger because I can't really read it that small.
I don't know if you can hear me properly, but my signal's really rubbish at them.
I can hear you. Can you hear me all right?
But if you read,
All right.
nah, it's very jumpy.
In around 2020, a severe phenomena like illness will
I
spread.
can't hear anything you're saying.
Hold on, can you hear me now? Yo, Moss. Can you hear me?
Nah, bro. If you can hear me, yeah, just listen to what I'm going to say, because then you can read off this after, yeah.
Yo, can you hear me?
Scripture there that you can read. It says that the electron. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? All right. Yeah, Moss, you've cut out. Yeah, hopefully he's gonna join back and tell us what he was gonna say, because that was quite interesting. I'm gonna read that passage.
I can hear you a little bit.
Are you back now? Yeah.
Yeah, if you read through it, it states the only way to fight it's through mini electrons in the air and boiling hot heat. But if we look at the 5G is causing all these little micro electrons. And if we look at every epidemic we've had 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G every time, thinking they're creating these electronic masses to actually, and it's not anything against us, that it could actually be a good thing, because electron micros is what's going to defend it. Do you know what I mean? Like, try and get rid of it. And also, it's strange how we've had a boiling hot heat wave, because it states in there you need boiling hot heat.
Yeah. Out to Tariq Williams, he says there is no actual virus. It's simply the flu and been mutated by the 5G. There's different factors to this agenda that people have to understand. And then he said, this is long written and planned. He said, this is Agenda 21, the beginning of 2030. You will see worse. So what do you think about that, Moss? I think you've cut out again, you know, your microphone's going really low. I can barely hear anything.
I can hear you. It's very jittery, bro. I can't really understand.
Okay. I was just reading out some of the comments and asking what you thought about them. If you can hear me, I think you might need to try and get some better reception, but I'm going to read out that quote that you was trying.
I'm going to try and jump outside with my 4G on. I might be able to hear you a bit better, bro.
Yeah, that'll probably make sense. So let me see if I can read this now, because this is really small. In around 2020, a severe phenomenon like illness will spread throughout the globe, attacking the
I'm outside now, bro. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, attacking the lungs and the bronchial tubes, and what is that there? Resisting all known treatments. Almost more baffling than the illness itself will be the fact that it will suddenly vanish as quickly as it arrived.
Reappear. Yeah, and then it's going to come back in 2030.
Then years later, and then disappear completely. So
yeah,
okay, so this book is basically saying, this woman is saying that there's going to be a crazy flu-like illness that's going to kill loads of people, then it's going to disappear, then it's going to come back, it's going to kill loads more people, then going to just disappear forever after that.
Yeah, and the only way to fight it, though, is with mass electrons and boiling hot heat. But if we go back and look at every epidemic we've had, we've released some sort of the 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. It's like every epidemic we're using these electrons, because it sends electrons through the air, 5G does. And that's what's going to fight it off, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, that was interesting still. I'd never heard of that Sylvia Brown before.
No.
No, I'd never heard of her before. So who is Sylvia Brown? What does she do when she's not writing books?
That's it. I really don't know. But for where she's got this information, she's onto something, isn't she?
That's what I'd be thinking. Like, how did she get this information as well? Because
exactly,
you know,
it all makes sense, and how can you predict that and it turn out exactly how she's predicted it?
and
without, I'm not sure. You can check on there. I think she published that in 1980 something it was.
Well, she died in 2013. So
Yeah, it was published in 1986, I think it was. Don't hold me to it. I know it was not 60. I know it was in the 80s, 1980 something it was.
yeah. Yeah, I was just looking now. I'm thinking, who is this person?
That's the next thing to do a bit more background check on her.
She's an American author. And she has written for TV shows. She's written loads of books, obviously, as we've just seen.
Yeah.
Sylvia Brown was an American author who claimed to be a medium with psychic abilities. She appeared regularly on television and radio, including on The Montel Williams Show and Larry King Live, and hosted an hour-long online radio show on Hay House Radio. Okay, so she was a radio presenter.
Yeah, so where does someone in that job field end up with that type of information that's bang on accurate?
Well, she said she was a medium, so apparently she's talking to spirits, or she's doing something.
You know. But it's to a T, isn't it? Exactly as she's explained it. It's exactly how it's unfolded.
Okay, we got Tariq Williams in the chat room. He says next time it returns, it will be airborne. Jay Prophet says no, wrong.
It's already airborne, I believe.
I don't know. Like, well, I'm hoping you can clarify what he meant by no, wrong.
Yeah.
We'll look in the further comments. The plan is to take out at least 500 million people. That sounds like a massive number.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, but you know,
it's going to do more. It's more value doing this than it would be war, though, isn't it?
All right. So Jay Prophet says every time they release tech, they release a new strain of the AIDS virus. Really? That sounds extreme. I'm not gonna lie. Not heard that one before, but different.
It's true. There's a bit of truth there, though, because you follow AIDS to influenza, like the Asian flu, the Spanish flu. They all stem with the same kind of thing, don't they?
Well, he says that's the coordination, and David Icke was a media, or does he mean medium? Maybe.
Yeah.
Sure, probably medium. What else have we got here? Correct, Prophet. But they have done this in a way to achieve more than one goal. Okay.
Correct.
Out to Tariq Williams.
Big
So we
up
got
Tariq
sensible
Williams.
comments. We got some sensible comments. Like, so obviously, like listening, like just going back through some of the comments, then listening to what you guys are saying. You know, if they're trying to achieve more than one goal, out to Tariq Williams, what do we propose these goals might be? You know, and how can we you know, substantiate this, you know, with evidence?
The thing is, if it's done by person, they're going to cover up all the evidence before it's out there. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be very fine hairlines of evidence if we find any at all.
Yeah, so basically that's all we need to do, right? We just want we want evidence. If we got any web pages we can go to that have evidence, you know, if there's any literature we can reference, video evidence, any type of evidence, all types of evidence are acceptable, you know. We just want to know the truth, really. So, you know, we're willing to listen to all types of evidence at this point.
Exactly.
We work out the truth from there. But yeah, I think that's an interesting point that Jay Prophet made. Every time they release tech, they release a new strain of the AIDS virus. But why would they do that? And who are they? Are you talking about the governments? Are you talking
The
about
elite
society? Are you talking about the elite, the 5%ers? Are you talking about, the British, you know, like that. We don't know who you're talking about. So you got to be more specific when you say they, you know, because when someone says they could
Could
mean
be
anyone. It could
keeper
mean us.
for all we know.
Do you know that? It could be us in the chat room. We don't know. We want to know who they are, you know. And then the thing that was interesting in that woman's book as well, or one of the references that we read, was that it referenced Wuhan, China, and it said
Exactly.
that the strain of the illness is in a lab in Wuhan, China, and that's the first
Yeah.
place that we're hearing about as far as viruses are concerned.
Yeah. But if you look back to, like, you know, the Simpsons show,
Yeah,
they predicted that Donald Trump was president. So who's to say for the last 30 years they haven't had everything planned out and they've just been going step by step and working things
yeah,
out? Because this
and
woman come up with this.
yeah, yeah, I get you. And put it in films, put it in TV programs, in comedy to trivialize
Yeah.
it. So if it does happen, people think, oh well, that's just a coincidence. It's just funny.
And if you, do you know that scientist that was disabled in the wheelchair? I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
Stephen Hawkins.
That's the guy. He predicted that by 2025, there's going to be artificial intelligence that's going to totally take over us because we're not going to be able to control it once it's got to a certain level. It's going to overthink us and it's going to control their own systems themselves. But then if we look back to the Tomb Raider films, in one of his films, they state that all the robotic AR, artificial intelligence, will take place by 2025, will be overruled by artificial intelligence.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, you know, crazy doesn't mean impossible. It just means it sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Out to Tariq Williams again. He said there are 5 factors to this agenda. 1, depopulation. 2, 5G weaponry technology. 3, economy reset.
Correct.
4, martial law. And 5, vaccination. Okay. This sounds interesting, but you know, I think obviously right now the government's being very, very cagey about what they're doing. No one really knows what they're doing. There's a lot of behind the curtain stuff going on. But you know, if people out there got a whiff of that, and you know, if what you're saying is 100% true and there's ways of proving and finding out that information and people did get a whiff of that, how is the general public going to react to that? You know, what does this do to everyone's futures?
We could take some things as evidence towards like the martial law and things, because the only time the military's trained police force was in Ireland during the IRA attacks and stuff.
Yeah.
And then they armed the police force so they could hold down the citizens in Ireland and control them, and then the army could back out.
Yeah.
Now they're doing exactly the same as what they're doing back then. They're doing that now. All the police, well, not all the police, but the majority of the police are going to the army camps and training.
Okay.
So that tells us the police are going to be coming onto our streets next with weapons. So then what are they going to enforce on us, that we're going to retaliate for them to need weapons to defend themselves against us?
Well, that sounds crazy. Out to J Prophet as well. J Prophet says 1%. What else did he say? He said the virus was made in the USA, according to J Prophet. He said then brought to China to work on it and make the strain more deadlier. And he's also said they've already had, what does that say? They've already had robots kill 25 to 50 people already with AI. Okay. Tariq Williams said, understand COVID-19 is just a substance produced by the immune system to battle off toxins to the lungs. Okay. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I've not heard that one. So, you know,
I can believe with the American scientists and the Chinese scientists working together, because also if you study NASA,
yeah,
both NASA their program and the Chinese program, they're like together. They work together to make their technologies and stuff. But then all of a sudden they're trying to blame China. But the only reason they're going to be trying to blame China is because Trump's going crazy about his 250 billion that China owes them. So they're trying to get. I swear they want to try and start a war with China.
So, all right. Long story short, you're saying that the Chinese work with the Americans on NASA,
Yeah.
and that just for that to make sure I was clear on that last statement. All right. Well, that's
Yeah.
interesting. So, what evidence do you have to back that one up?
If you just go into their programs and you can check all, like, everything they do has to be open for the public, so-called for the public. But there's files you can open up, and there's names in there where there's states where from one province to another. So they've got province in America and province in China, and like the boosters, one part of America does one part of the craft, the other, like China does another part, and they're both putting both technologies together to work together.
Okay,
So if they can do that, and they've got that sort of relationship already, I don't understand why now America's attacking China, because China's got so much goodness for America, vice versa.
Well, apparently,
It just doesn't.
according to Jay Prophet, Elon Musk, I think he's trying to say, spoke about it. He's put Elon Mum. I don't know. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
Someone else, Tariq Williams again has said all the symptoms point towards non-ionizing radiation, hence your 5G. America lost the bid to roll out 5G first. That's why they are pissed.
Yeah.
So Jay Prophet has said when they shut down the robots, one stayed awake and tried to upload itself and rebuild itself with better materials. They had to shut its connection to the net or it would still be here. So Jay Prophet, that sounds very interesting what you just brought up there. I've never heard of this before. So if you can,
Could we see some?
Yeah, post us the link for that because that sounds very, very interesting.
Interesting.
A robot is waking itself up when it's been shut down and then trying to rebuild itself with better components. And
Stephen Hawkins has even said that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that sounds crazy. Yeah, so Jay Prophet, if we can get up a link for that, that's why they made such a big point about AI films with robots taking over. Sorry, I'm driving and texting. Well, when you're done driving and texting, seeing as you're listening, could you please send us a link? Maybe put it in the comments, put it somewhere, get it to the show by whatever means necessary, because I'm sure there's a lot of us who's going to be interested in that. That might be that might be the next show. We might do the next show about AI.
Yeah.
We might do that as the next show because I think we want to have a bit of continuity. And obviously, talking about 5G, the 5G is what is supposedly going to be driving the robots. All the automated cars, automated systems in your house and XYZ will all be running off of the 5G. So it will just run, very streamlined, concise. You push a button, it happens immediately. It's not going offline and stuff like that. But we'll see. We'll see what it does. But you never know. We could be dealing with.
And also,
I'm Muslims, you're cutting out again, Yeah, you're sounding a bit better. Can you talk now?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Right. What was I saying? Oh yeah, 5G. They designed it apparently. There's a guy that was building weaponry for America, and he come up with a 5G. But if we was to be attacked, just say for like we ain't saying we're going to be attacked, and we ain't saying we're going to retaliate. But if it did come down to that, we can create our own 5G weaponry ourselves, I've looked into it, and all you need to do is collect your microwaves, take all the casing off your microwaves, build it to its own big bracket, and as long as you connect all them to one, and then have one dish going, all them receivers from the microwaves going into one dish, you could point that dish at someone and you can have the same effect as what they're getting, but it'll just be a broken down version of the technology the Americans have used.
Okay. Interesting.
They're not the only people. They're not the only people that can design this weaponry. Do you know what I mean?
See, I think the biggest weapon that they're wielding right now, though, honestly, is the bank book, the bank balance, because you know every minute is 5G, but 1 minute is 3G, then it's 4G, then it's 5G. You know, how many times are you gonna buy the same phone? You know, to upgrade with the same features. Okay, cool. Maybe now the 5G is gonna be faster downloads, but where does it stop? You know, and at the end of the day, if they've been holding on to this technology for however long, why is it we're only getting it now? You know, did they? Is it?
China's already got 6G.
Come on, but obviously, if it is dangerous, maybe that is the reason we're only getting it now. But if it's dangerous, then why would you even put it out there? And then, you know, why do they always want to hurt our pockets so hard? I just don't get it. At the end of the day, all right, 5G is, you know, it's faster than 4G. By the end of the day,
could we try and connect to the extraterrestrial and
yeah, but we want things
using the 5G?
Oh, we want things to be getting cheaper, not more expensive. So all of this 5G stuff, I get what they're saying. They got to put up all of these new masts and antennas and stuff. I don't care. Make it cheaper, or what's the point? I just don't get it. But obviously, some people, you know, I don't know, man. I'm not interested in AI like that. Some people want the AI. I'm one of those people. I'll happily live without the robot and be cool and do stuff for myself. Not to say that robots can't be helpful, but then, you know, if the robot's going to be waking itself up in the middle of the night and trying to rebuild itself to go and take over the world or do some crazy stuff, I don't want no part in that. I don't want nothing to do with that. I don't know what that was supposed to mean neither.
Shiffa, my phone's about to die, bro.
Yeah.
My phone's about to die, Shiffa, bro.
Yeah, man, it's been nice talking to you anyway, Muslims, man.
I'm going to jump back in the show soon, okay?
Yeah, man, thanks for sharing your information. If we don't see you back on tonight, thanks for sharing that information. If we don't see you back on tonight, but hopefully we will.
Yeah.
And stay blessed. Yo, Moss.
But I'm definitely going to jump on it tonight. I'm just going to put my phone back on charge. I'll get a better signal.
Okay, no problem. All right,
I'd just like to say big up to Shiffa Dan. Check out Aero's Mind and also check out Moslin's Mind. Keep supporting. Shiffa show's going good. We're getting more interest. It's doing good. Shiffa, you're doing good, bro.
Come on,
keep
big up
the hard work, fam.
Big up yourself, my brother, every time. So we got Ali in the room. What's happening, Ali?
Not much. Is this your channel, Shiffa?
Yeah, this is my channel.
Okay.
Nah, it's not really my channel. It's Don Pinero's channel. If you look at the picture,
who is it?
The guy's called Pinero. It's called Pinero's Mind.
Okay.
It's my chat show, but the channel's called Pinero's Mind. It's a knowledge-based channel. So we try and keep it a bit humble over here. You know, we try and keep it respectful, and we share information more than try to debate the information, if that makes sense.
Okay. So this is when you sort of host the show for him.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about them saying the Premier League is going to return, like sort of like behind closed doors, but they're still keeping everyone in a lockdown? What do you think about that, Shiffa?
Hold on. You're gonna have to run that by me again. Hold on, wait a second. Let me just make sure that I'm not hearing things and I'm hearing you correctly. Let me get the run that by me again. Say that again.
They're saying the Premier League might come back and they play football behind closed doors, but everyone else is still in a lockdown.
That sounds crazy. But what if one of the Premier League footballers has got coronavirus? Then what?
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking. But why are they bringing it back in?
Yeah, that sounds ridiculous. But I suppose they want to give people something to watch in it. Like while you're stuck in a house, it's coronavirus. People are upset. You know, especially Britain. We love our football. You know, a lot of countries in Europe, they love their football. So, you know, they're probably hoping that that's going to keep people going. Out to Tariq Williams laughing in the back chat. Yeah, big up Ali. Ali, jump back in when you're ready, my brother. I'm gonna post the link again. Anyone who wants to jump into the chat, like hit the link. It's in the chat on the YouTube stream. So just hit the link and you'll be in the chat. And big shout out to Muslims as well, man. Thanks a lot for sharing that information with us, my brother, man. Appreciate it. But yeah, that sounds crazy. Out to Ali as well. Imagine that they want to put the thing on TV, but it's going to be filmed behind closed doors. So no one can't go to the match. Yeah, they want to put the football on and do it all behind closed doors. So you'll be watching the match, but you have to watch it from home now. I suppose it's not the worst thing they could ever do. But then if one of the players has got coronavirus, or one of the cameramen have got coronavirus, or one of the ball boys has got coronavirus, just one person there, one of the medics, you know, like that, it's game time, innit? Because now the whole Premier League's got coronavirus. Could we lose half of the players? You know, like that? That could be crazy. That could have crazy implications. Like, obviously, you know, for the people who own the teams, it's understandable to say that they've still got money to make, innit? Like, they've still got contracts to fulfill. They can't fill their stadium right now, so there'll be no money coming in through the stadium doors. All right, fair enough. They want their TV money, but is it worth it? Because, you know, if you're going to put the players at risk like that, let's just say, I'll be honest, I don't watch football that much, but let's think of a big name in English football. Let's say, for instance, Jamie Vardy, then, if he's a big name. Yeah, Jamie Vardy goes in there, he gets coronavirus, and now he's on his deathbed. Now he's suing the team. He wants $1 billion. You know, like that. Because at the end of the day, you know, you're putting a man's life on the line. What is a life worth? Especially when you're a footballer on stupid amounts of money, you know, the likes of, you know, Pogba's and, you know, whoever else is on big fees, like big money. Yeah. Because there's some big money players in the league, you know, the likes of Ozil, you know, who some might say, is he really earning that kind of money? So Tariq Williams, big up yourself. So his question is, do I believe there's really a virus like that, in all honesty? Now, in all honesty, if you're asking me personally the question, it goes like this. I don't really know. That's the truth. I don't really know. That's the whole reason I'm doing the show, you know, so that we can ask questions and, you know, analyze information. The numbers are boosted. I get that, you know. But ultimately, that's the truth. I don't really know. I can only go by what they say or what I can find, you know. And going by what the government say or what they say, when I say they, long story short is, if your immune system can't fight this virus, you're going to die. Yeah. So to be allowing people to play football matches after they've told all of these kids you can't go down the park and play football with Billy and Tony and the guys, you just can't do it, mate. No football for you. You can't go down the pub and have a drink with your mates. You can't, not even if you social distance. You're not allowed. Bottom line. So to then say they're going to play the Premier League behind closed doors, you know, it's kind of a double standard a bit, you know, because you're going to have all these players. They're all going to be in the dressing room together. They all shower in there, whatever. Then they're going to come out. They're going to be running around pitches. They're going to be pushing and shoving each other, tugging each other's shirts and all the rest of it. So there's a lot of contact going on. Now, at the end of the day, if all the players are gonna wear masks and hazard suits, then yeah, like maybe you could even argue that that's got a bit of fairness to it. But even in a hazard suit, you know, it only takes for that mask to come off for a second. Only takes for a clash of heads. You know, only takes for two people to brush up on each other too much, and you know, sweat to run onto another man's face, or you know, someone to touch someone, and you're passing them flus, you're passing them viruses, breathing the same air. You know, although they say it's not airborne, who really knows that? I'm not sure. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I don't know if it's such a good idea to hold the Premier League behind closed doors like that, but what's happening, Ali? You back here?
Yeah. That's the article from BBC Sport saying they've got plans because they had to finish the rest of the games off. They're saying if they're gonna have like a discussion on Saturday, and then they're gonna have talk. But they're saying it's either gonna be on behind closed doors and on like the free channels too.
Okay, on the free channels, yeah. So like just BBC normal channels, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
But
I
it's like
suppose. Go on. What was you gonna say, Al?
it's like why it's like we're still in like a UK lockdown. Schools, colleges, GCSE exams for the first time ever have been suspended, and the Premier League's going to return, but no schools, none of that the important things are reopening. So it's that a bit funny, Shiffa.
I think that is a bit funny because at the end of the day, like I was just saying, you know, for them to say that no one can congregate nowhere, you can't talk with your friends in the park, you have to leave. But then you're going to put all these footballers together in pitches and make them play a physical game, you know, where there's going to be contact. It's supposed to be a non-contact sport, but there's going to be contact. Let's be honest. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. Do you know what? Out to Annie Getcha. When you're ready, jump into the show. Hopefully, Pinero sent you the link. If he hasn't, I've posted the link for the chat in the YouTube stream in the chat. So if you just look underneath your comments, you'll see the link to get into the stream if you want. But what was you gonna say, Ali? Sorry about that, my bro.
I said nothing, Shiffa. All I was saying is like, why it's like it's a bit strange the Premier League's getting some kind of like priority. That's it, because you still got a cameraman down there too. And it's not going to be just the Premier League. Since if these talks are successful behind closed doors, every other sportsman say behind closed doors, we want to do our thing. We want cricket, rugby, everything else. Are successful.
Yeah. What's happening, Annie?
Okay, you good?
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. What's going on? What's the subject? Hello, everybody. Fraser, Ali.
Well, that's a very good question because I was literally just about to try and get Ali to answer the question of the day, and I'll get you to answer the question of the day. So, I'll start with Ali because he was here first, and I want to see.
That's there.
Are you still there, Ali? Ali. He's gone on mute. So what I'll do while he's on mute doing whatever he's doing, I will move on to Annie then. So the question of the day is 5G. How does it work and can it be harmful? And if you know anything about this subject, can you please give us some evidence? You know, give us sources, explanations, that kind of stuff. So, you know, we can get a full understanding of what the dangers are. You know, we've gone through a few bits and bobs earlier.
Yeah, I don't want to go over. What have you covered?
So if I go back through some of the comments, we'll probably get the gist of the kind of things we've already been over. So what did we have? We had Muslims come on here and tell us about basically coronavirus. So I'm assuming, you know, that a lot of people understand that there's supposed to be some kind of link there. There was one comment saying that the 5G triggers the coronavirus. There's been a few comments about where the virus was made. We've had Jay Prophet saying that the virus was engineered in America and then taken to China and then engineered more. One other person said it was made in China.
See, Shiffa, and that's my problem. There seems to be a crossover all the time. When you talk about 5G, people want to bring in coronavirus. They're two separate things. Do you know what I mean? And I noticed that as soon as you say 5G, coronavirus is involved. I think at first they have to be looked at two separate entities, because what's happening is they're crossing over and people are getting confused. And I think in order to get clarity, you need to at least understand each of them in their separate entities. And
Definitely.
and even if you want to say, yeah, they've got 5G causes coronavirus, it kind of, it's not kind of making sense to a fullness, even though I know some of the symptoms are the same, and that there definitely is a virus out there. Do you know what I mean? And people have to understand that these people have created a virus, okay? And it's all to do with a pattern. It's all to do with money. It's all to do with power. It's all to do with what we all know already. Do you know what I mean? And you know what I'm like. I'm like, we know there's something going on. Most of the people logging in, most of the people listening know something's going on. Nobody's ever going to know exactly what's going on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. I just think that, obviously what you said is relevant, because that I thought it would be good to do a 5G show after coming off of the back of Corona, because I didn't really want to talk about it during the Corona show.
Yeah, but it keeps coming up. It keeps coming up, isn't it?
But ultimately, because so many people are making a link between the two, I thought it would be good for the follow-up show. So if people wanted to touch back on the coronavirus, we're not going too far off the subject. But obviously, coming off of the subjects of coronavirus then, because now we're talking to Annie Getya, we're not talking to anyone who's talking about coronavirus linked with 5G. So what is your take on the 5G? What do you know about it? How do you feel about it? Give us the lowdown.
Well, from what I've researched and what's possibly most free thinkers have gone out there and researched, is that it definitely is a form of warfare. Okay, it's being used as a warfare already. They're developing it as a warfare. It is definitely harmful to us. It's radiation. It's a network that generates radio frequency radiation. Okay, and what that does, it damages the DNA. Okay, which obviously any damage to the DNA obviously will lead to cancers. Do you know what I mean? Lots of things disrupt our cell metabolism, everything. You're going to start seeing people getting sick with this type of thing, because it can lead to all types of genetic, just all types of diseases, everything. So it's definitely something that I think we should be trying to petition as much as possible, as well as, touching back on, when I'm saying petitioning, the only reason why I'm going back to the virus is that we need to start really petitioning hard about vaccines and things like that. Because
when you say petitioning, why petitioning though? Like
petitioning in the sense of written petitions. We need to start maybe writing, keeping our copies of what we've written, and maybe we need to start writing and going back to the old-fashioned way, because these online petitions, I'm not sure if they're being heard. I'm not sure who controls them. I'm not sure. So maybe we need to go back, because there's a guy called Illy. I don't know if anyone knows him, but he's on Facebook and he's going on hard. And I thought, you know what, it's true. We do need to go back to the old-fashioned way. We need to start petitioning properly, writing and saying, this is what we don't want. We do not want 5G, and we do not want a vaccine. And we are fed up of being locked away in our houses. You know what I mean? Everybody needs to write and start bombarding Parliament and saying, we're not having it. And if everyone keeps their copy, then what they're going to say? Oh, we didn't get them.
No, I definitely hear what you're saying. And shout out to Software as well. He's just joined the chat. Before
Yeah,
I
sorry, it was only to be quick because I kind of heard you lot talking about little stuff. So I wanted to jump in, quickly say hi, quickly clarify to everyone, coronavirus and COVID are two separate things. 5G is a separate thing away from COVID, but it is an emitter for the new vaccine because the
one
vaccine.
second, Software. Before you continue, yeah. You see, when you're gonna jump out of the chat room, if you can just like say goodbye and just jump out, you don't have to wait for me to announce you out or anything. But and same for you, Annie. Anytime you lot are ready to
Yeah,
leave,
you know I would.
No, it's only because I literally pulled over. I'm still in the car, you know. I'm still in the
say
car.
no more. Say no more. I'm gonna let you get out what you need to get out. But if you can just make sure before you leave, just say goodbye to the public as well. Thank you.
No, I will. So just to let you lot know, coronavirus is in our bodies. We make this stuff. Yeah. When you go near anything electrical, you actually emit more of it. So your body's now trying to fight off a disease. COVID is man-made. It's actually another strain of AIDS, yeah, just like Ebola and the Spanish virus. Now, the vaccine that they're trying to give you basically allows your DNA cells to be opened up to electromagnetic waves. As you are aware, we are electrical beings, but we're positive beings. What this does allows us to get affected by negative ions, which slowly decreases and destroys the oxygen particles in your blood. That's why most people say they can't breathe and they're getting headache and all of these things.
And do you know what software is? What they're getting is the latter stages of AIDS. So you're right, it's derived from AIDS. Because what you remember, AIDS, everybody who got AIDS or most people who got AIDS, they died of pneumonia.
AIDS was made in America.
Yeah.
It's made in America in one of their universities.
That's right. And all the Americans started dying of it.
So hold on. If anyone who's not aware right now and they think I'm talking rubbish, you know, you probably have heard of these QAnons or Anonymous or whatever. But basically, you need to go online and actually have a look. They're leaking information about where the virus came from.
Yeah.
So if you know about the World Health Organization, then you probably have heard about Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci paid the Wuhan virology. He paid them for the last couple of years to increase their research into this virus. The person who went from the United States to China, she actually was somebody who's high up in their field of bacteria, right? She studied on bats to make sure that she could see how it could be transposed to a human. So just to make this clear for you, any type of vaccine that you take is man-made with some type of bacteria which they leave to decompose, right? Then they add in other chemicals. Your body does not need it. Now, I am not saying that medicine is not for everyone, because you know some people are sick and they do need stuff. But if you are not aware, and you can go and look at it now, try and go to the shop and see if you can buy food to grow, seeds to grow. They do not want you to know about your green health. They would rather you have their synthesized drugs than natural herbs which cure your body. And just to make you understand this, paracetamol is the only drug which has been taken from back in the days where Egyptians would use this from a normal plant and crush it down. Paracetamol is the only drug which is current, which they still use till this day. Plant and crush it down. Paracetamol is the only drug.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry, because I'm getting a bit of feedback. You know,
me.
so I'm still gonna listen, and I'm still gonna love to pump out this information. But as I said, I'm in the car, so as soon as I get an opportunity, I'll jump back on. I'll feed you a lot more information. And as for the robot thing, you're gonna have to look it up because you will not get a written piece. What you will get though is video evidence of someone speaking about what they saw. and their experience where they saw the robots killing people. They shut it down and it uploaded itself to the net to rebuild and reconstruct itself. Yeah, so you go and look. Elon Musk knows about it. You know, a lot of people have spoken about these
What
things.
page
This is
that? Is
why
it on YouTube?
you'll find a video on YouTube if
What's
you're
it
lucky
called?
enough. What is it? Basically, just go through a lot of the videos which is talking about new implantations and where they're going with robots. Because I basically been looking at where they're going to be going for the next 5 to 10 years with robots. All the robots that they're making now are for war. They are for
Yeah.
fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And
Software, are you going to come back and answer the question of the day then?
I will try, but like I said, I'm still out. I'm nowhere near my house, and I don't have a headset. So you know,
Right,
unless
no
you
worries,
want
no
to hear
worries.
me driving the car and talking.
Don't worry. You're good. You're good. But obviously, the question of the day is 5G. You know, we want to know, are there any harmful effects? And if there are any harmful effects, what
All right.
are they?
I
And
will break it down simply like this: 5G by itself
Yeah.
can and cannot cause harm. If you're close to a mosque and you have any of the wiring near or underneath your house, right outside your doorstep, being near those wires for too long causes radiation and it can affect you. Yeah, we are more perceptible. Smaller animals do suffer much more faster because their organs and their system is much more smaller, which means it's quicker.
Exactly.
Okay, right? Just to let you know, there are lights out here. So when you walk past in the high street, they've replaced the normal lamps, lights, street lights with the new ones, which are transmitters. So if you're thinking, oh, why can't you see it? It's because they're already in their lights. If you're not aware, if you know about how to get into your router for your Wi-Fi system, log in, check your settings, and you will see it will say 5G already is on and
You can turn
working.
it off. You can turn it off though.
You can turn it off, but at the end of the day, they've had it going on since the end of 2018.
Yeah. But you can
right? You can take it off, but again, as long as you don't have an inhibitor. So anyone who's gone and had a vaccine or any type of drug recently, you need to be careful that it may be an inhibitor to allow the electromagnetic waves to affect your oxygen particles and your blood.
I understand what you're saying, yeah, about these inhibitors to an extent, yeah. So what you're saying is people who've had vaccines and stuff, there could be something in there that is going to allow the 5G to affect you. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically it allows your DNA, yeah. So like say like you got white blood cells, your white blood cells fight off bacteria, okay? But if you have an inhibitor, what it does is stop and destroy the process of what the white blood cell does. So you have no antibody for defense.
It's about breaking down the cells, and that's what I was saying to you have to separate the two, because people are saying, oh, coronavirus and this is matched together. It's not matched together in the sense that people are saying
it's two separate things.
Two separate things, and that's
it's two separate things, but they made it so that it can work together.
Yeah.
This is what people need to understand.
People have to realize, don't get the vaccine. Don't get the vaccine.
No, don't get the vaccine. Don't. The World Health Organization has stopped receiving funds. Bill Gates, Fauci are already under investigation. You can look these things up.
All right, Sophia, 1 second, yeah. Before you don't go too far ahead, yeah. What evidence do we have to prove that these vaccines have inhibitors, for instance, are not good for us?
It's been on the news for the last couple of days about how they found Wuhan made the drug, and their army released the drug, and then they tried to plant it on the Chinese market.
Yeah,
it's been on the news. Go and look it up. I don't need to tell you. You can search YouTube, Google.
Have you?
The only places that you will not find it is on Facebook, because Facebook works with the World Health Organization as their fact checker.
So does YouTube. They're all together now. But anyway, what I'm saying is, oh shit, it's gone from my head. Yeah, has anyone seen the video with I don't know, it was leaked with them saying that he's got the vaccine, Trump's got the vaccine. Has anyone seen that video?
Yeah, I've seen it.
No, I haven't.
Who thinks that's authentic or what?
I'm not sure, because unless it's coming from the people who Trump has set up, usually it's fake news. And if you haven't realized, anybody who's been there, they're all against Trump unless they directly work for him.
Yeah, but I don't trust Trump. He's a dick.
I get what you're saying, but you know what? Trump's going around saving innocent kids,
Sorry.
saving certain people. You get me? He doesn't. He
Let's try
doesn't
and
mix
keep
with
the language
elitists.
clean.
Oh, no, sorry.
Out to President Trump. I hope you're okay.
No, don't get me wrong. People may have their agenda with Trump, but if you really look at what's going on, what the news is not promoting, Trump has been saving lives. He really has. You know, at first I thought,
he's trying to make himself look good. There's something dodgy about that, mate. I'm sorry. I
know, but hold on. Let me say something first. Yeah, because I was biased at the beginning. I thought he was racist.
You got a comment in the chat room from Muslim Minds. It says it was stated that the USA Army took it to China and released it. This I have also seen backing up what software is stating.
Yeah, they're trains. I get it. They have the trains with the COVID stuff and everything, but that's only afterwards. It actually started. I think it's California. One of their medical institutions.
Software. I'm not being funny. Yeah, if the U.S. Army went there, do you think that the president's not going to know about the U.S. Army going there?
He'll know about some of the U.S. Army.
Yeah, but don't you think he's going to know what they're going there for? What they're going there for?
No. Listen to what I said. He'll know about some of the U.S. Army. He won't know about their black ops because, you know, the president ain't supposed to know. That goes at least 10 to 20 levels above his head. He's a pawn. You got to remember this.
Yeah, he's a pawn.
They shut down JF Kennedy. They shut down Abraham Lincoln. If you're not with the game, you get a bullet.
So what?
End of story.
They're gonna shut him up then?
I don't know. I don't read the future, but I'm just telling you, anyone who tries to expose these people don't last for long. That's it. Just look at the bigger picture.
Well, the bigger picture is that we all chant for peace and love here. If we all chant,
but they don't want peace and love.
Yeah,
they want to control the masses, right, and control the money.
We'll have to chant. There's bigger things coming anyway. Do you know what I mean?
See, look, it's facts. Trump is pulling children from the underground. All this Pizzagate and all of that, where these people are sacrificing kids, yamming kids, looking for the pineal gland, eating your melanin.
Yeah, how come all of a sudden?
All there.
Software. These rants, like when you're saying these things, like I'm just confused now. I heard something about
making them scared.
Okay, so the pineal gland gives adrenochrolene, which is a drug that President Trump currently locked off, which all the celebrities are taking. You get that from when you are actually in fear. So when you're scared, you pump out a lot of adrenaline, which is part of the adrenal gland, right? So that's what all these celebrities take to make them younger. Trump has locked that off. So if you see right now, some of these celebrities look like they're going crazy, it's because they're missing their fix.
Yeah.
Right? And if you probably don't know, which some of you may have heard of, melanin. It's more than 10 times the amount worth of gold.
Yeah.
You can get melanin from plants, but it takes a very long time. Easiest way to abstract it is from a colored person who has melanin.
But I told you,
maybe I'm giving too much. I don't know.
But I was saying this. I don't know if it was on this platform, but on one of the platforms, I was saying the World Health Organization, who are devils, I don't care what anyone says, they have a conference on melanin every single year. Come on,
of course they do.
Why?
Of course they do.
Why? And I've known this about 10 years now. Why?
Right. Basically, what you have to understand is they can, and I'm going to make this very clear so everybody who is listening gets this very picture in their head. They cannot and will not wipe out every single colored ethnical person. Why? Why? Because it will lead to their death.
Exactly.
They need you to stay alive so they can slowly process it and take the things from you so they can live. Yeah? So they will never wipe you out completely.
That's right.
Never do that. But they will lower the percentages of how many you are. They will try to lower your fertility rate. They will try to lower your food source. They will try to impact your ideology of how you think, your beliefs, your religion, what you're interested in, your fashion.
Of
The
course.
easiest way to sell to somebody who's black is to sell to what they like. Now, most people who are black, they like flashy things. Now you go check back in the day. Most of these old people, they got cutlery that you can't even take out of the cupboard. That was to be able to sell to you so they could take your money. It's another way.
No, but it's true. You're going deep. It goes deep.
Before you get too far ahead, we're making these statements now,
They're not statements. You could check them up. I'm not coming on there to lie. That's a waste of my time.
I know you're not coming on there to lie, and that's why I'm just like trying to get you to clarify. You're making about 20 statements, yeah? And out of your 20 statements, I'm just picking a few of them out, and I'm saying, okay, as far as black people or I say dark-skinned people, but you use the term black people.
Well, I'm not saying black. I'm saying those who with colored ethnicity, because that could mean black. It could mean Indian, whatever.
What's your ethnicity, Software? What's your ethnicity?
I don't understand.
Mine.
Yeah.
I'm mixed heritage. I don't pick sides because I've got everything in me.
What half are you? What half? What's a half?
It's not half. You got to split it more down into quarters and fractions.
Okay, so what are you then?
Part Yemenis, which is Jew, part white, part Jamaican, part Indian. I got a bit of Chinese in me, a little bit of Australian, and some other shit that I don't even know. German as well.
Can we not swear? Can we not swear?
Huh?
Can we try not to swear? Now, I got one
question.
No,
my apologies. I do have quite a few things, and I haven't researched everything, but from what I've been told, those are the main ones. So I don't pick sides.
I just want to know where you got your statistics from that ethnic people like flashy things, because I know loads of different ethnic people, and I know loads of ethnic people who are not into flashy things at all. In fact, I've got a mate, he's ethnic. He is Pakistani. He's got loads of money. Don't get me wrong.
Okay, hold on. You want me to answer this? It was a question. Hold on. It's a question that was posed, to a black person by a white person, and you can go look this up. How do I sell to black people? And what they were told is you need to sell to what they like. They like to have cutlery that looks all expensive put down so that when they have guests come, they can eat from it. They don't just want to eat off the same average plate they eat every day. They like to have clothes put to the side for special occasions. Not everybody does that,
Yeah, but that don't mean like flashy things. What that means is that comes back from a long way back, because as slaves, as you know, do you know what I mean? We didn't have things. So what we used to do is we used to cherish the good things we have. So that's all that.
Right, but the whole point of it is if we wise up.
And they understand that, and I know that.
Hold on. The point of it is, if we started to wise up from slavery and it became harder to sell to us, they needed to sell to what we thrived on, our egos.
Yeah.
Just like how they went back in the day to ask them. Just like how back in the day they had to ask a black man, how do we make slaves submissive and subservient? The black person said, put the dark against the light, put the old against the young, put the field nigger against the house nigger.
Yeah.
So the whole point of it is
Hello? Shiffa?
Sorry, Annie. Sorry, Software. Software, can you please try not to swear? I think he had to go anyway, but we get the gist of what you were saying. I think that, some of it is a bit projective, some of it is projective, but at the end of the day, we definitely get your point. But please try not to swear, Software. You're back in the room. And also, I think a couple of points you was making, I think Annie wanted to touch on as well. So, try and calm the speech.
No, I am calm. I have to apologize because I have to go now, and I'm just trying to rush everything out.
I realize that's why you're like that now. I realize because you're rushing.
So I do apologize to the public if I've sworn or I said anything offensive, but like I've made it very clear, I'm not gonna come on here and lie. I'm gonna come on here and drop facts. If you don't want to believe it, that's okay. And if you were looking at a post earlier, and you wanted to know where the 5G came from. Let's see if I can see what the chat says. Yeah, where was it? 1 second. Right, so you can all see what exactly it is. Right, it's called. The person even posted it. All right, electromagnetic beam, a non-new lethal weapon for U.S. military. Yeah, so if you go and look that up, that was the first version of 5G. It was made for crowd control. And when you watch the video, the person says even for less than a couple of seconds, he
He had
felt
to
like
run
he
out.
was
I
standing
saw
in the
that.
center
I
of the
saw that.
sun.
I
Right,
saw
so
he had to run out.
they have evolved this technology, yeah, to be able to be used. Now, all it is a switch. You only have to turn it on to send that signal.
Are you talking about the anti-denial system?
Yes. It's a radiation. It's just basically a switch that they switch on. The man went. It was in a field. He went into the area that was they were going to put it on. When he stepped into that area and they switched on the actual frequency, he switched it on. He couldn't bear to be in it. It was so hot. He had to run out of the area. I've seen that.
Right. That uses micro milliwaves, 60 micro.
Are we definitely
milliwaves.
talking about the anti-denial system? Just to be clear.
It's a weapon. If it's the same one that we put that I see get posted up and people are talking about, yeah, it's a weapon, and it was designed to deter and for crowd control. Supposedly, when they tested it, there was no side effects, but in the reports it says if you enhance it, then the effects of what it has on the human is still yet to be known, because currently it's unknown. So it means that they are aware that it does more damage. They even were aware it caused damage to the environment then. And people are asking about birds and the trees now. They were fully aware of it. They've been aware of it for years. That's exactly right. That picture right there, go back and check how old that is. That was the first version of what they made.
Yeah.
Now it's in your house. Now it's in your phone.
Mm-hmm.
So,
is that what you're talking about there? The anti-denial system, yeah?
That's right.
That's what the man had in the field. They had that in
micro
the field.
milliwaves.
The man was in the field, and they had that in front of him, and he went in the area, and then they switched it on. The man ran out, and he goes, "It was so hot."
Yeah, I had a conversation with someone else about this. That's the only reason I knew the name of it. But
yeah, that's the first version of what they did.
I can see it.
Yeah. So remember, it's a weapon first before it became something that was useful for the public.
Right.
Weapon first. Now check out how everything is done. They make weapons first, then they make the public use it. Regardless of how you see it. Even when they first brought out the car, it was a weapon first. Now the public use it. They evolved it into a tank. So, but anyway, I do have to love you people and be out, because as I said, I've literally pulled over. I've stopped my journey to spread some love.
Thank you.
No problem.
So obviously, before you go software, I just want to make something, like just point out a point and make sure I'm not getting you incorrect. So you're saying there's a connection between the anti-denial system and the 5G, basically?
Yep.
All right, no problem.
It uses this. Hold on, just so you can understand. When you read what it uses, micro milliwaves. Yeah. So when you read that and then you go and see what 5G is, it's micro milliwaves.
It's like having 12 microwaves in your yard, basically. So you got one microwave. It's like having 12, the power of 12.
Something like that. But it's basically it's the ratio of the hertz and the velocity of how much it oscillates. So it's a high frequency, higher than what dogs pick up, but it's enough to actually start affecting our bodies.
Yeah. And you got to use shungite to protect yourself. If you want to go get shungite, you can use CMOS. You can actually drink sort of like things like frankincense and myrrh. You can put a little bit of that in your water.
Listen, the basic thing is what people are not telling you
charcoal.
is just keep hydrated, people.
Yeah,
Keep your fluids
hydrated.
up. Keep hydrated.
Sorry,
Yeah.
but all these things that I'm telling you, what they do is get the radiation, any metals or anything that's inside your body, they get rid of it. So with the chemtrails that they're putting inside the air, which is full of aluminiums and lots of metals, and that will make you active towards the 5G, okay, software. So listen. So what you do, you use shungite to protect you. You use activated charcoal. You put that in your water, all right? Or you drink it, you put it in your smoothies, just a little bit, and you start protecting yourself, keep your immune system high. It's the main thing. Your immune system has to be on point.
Oh no, but best believe, darling, I keep my immune system high. I'm very funny about food. Very funny about food. If it ain't fresh and organic, I don't really want to eat it.
People should be trying to reduce meat from their diet as best as possible. Try to eat organic, and it's true what software was saying. They don't want you to be able to plant.
No, they don't.
I need to get you guys details because I've got a page. I know nobody likes Facebook, but I don't care. We go live. We do our thing too.
No, I'm on. I don't really personally use it, but anyone who knows my Facebook page and you go on my Facebook page, you ain't gonna get nothing but information.
What's your page called? Because what I'd like to do is get you on my talk show, just for not for too much of, because people are a bit fed up of all the whole 5G, whatnot, DD, BD. So if there's anyone out there who's able to sort of like up the game and sort of like educate the people on a level of protecting themselves, do you know what I mean? Being aware, keeping their eyes open for what's coming but in the layman's term, if you know what I mean.
No, don't get me wrong. I don't mind helping out, but as I will tell everyone that probably hears me speak, unless I'm gonna kind of water it down a little bit, I'm very blunt and to the point. I don't really want to side chain away from it because I'm diluting the very important information that people need to hear. You may not want to hear all of it, but you know what is valid in the point I'm making it.
You see all the stuff about the melanin and stuff like that. That's important. People need to, because I'm the presenter like Shiffa himself, and like you can't do everything. Do you know what I mean? So it's nice to have people who can educate and just come from a different angle. Do you know what I mean? So that's where I'm looking at, because there are loads of people out there, but it's nice just hearing a different voice, a different angle. Do you know what I mean? It's just nice.
Let me give a tip to anybody out there who wants to know information, because I just come across it because of my general interest.
Me too.
Follow the money trail.
Mm-hmm.
Follow the money trail. And I know you lot are thinking, but how am I going to do that? What does most money get invested in? Technology.
Yeah.
And most of the tech at the highest level is military or pharmaceutical.
Yeah.
So go and have a look, my people. You will find the weapons of mass destruction in all size, shapes, and forms.
Yeah.
But you will follow it and you'll start to see that these people are all connected. They all have the same type of agenda. Maybe not all of them, because there are a few that want to help. That's how the information gets leaked. But compared to the mass, there's not many of them. There literally is a 1% trying to help against the 1% who's trying to control. You understand? Yeah, so again, I'm going to love you and leave you. If you want to know my Facebook, it's there in the post. I am J Prophet. Yeah?
Okay.
So
cool.
you can go and check me out. Make sure you spell it exactly how it's spelled. Otherwise, you will not find.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Yeah, software sounds a bit high strung today, but I like some information being fired off here. So just looking at this, hold on, he's back. Let him finish what he's saying first. Sorry, software. I'll let you finish out first before I go on.
Sorry, I literally got cut off. I'm only saying that please, my people, I don't care what color you are, what race, creed. I am not coming on there to just do black power. As I said, I am kind of got everything in me. I want my people to live. This is a human thing.
It's a human thing, definitely.
Yeah, this is worldwide. We all need to wake up. We all need to stand our grounds.
all right, before you go, Software, you say that, yeah, but you see us people who are definitely like straight up black, this is a bit of a war against us as well. I'm not even being funny. So I know where you're coming from, and kind of like you're kind of like part of the cause at a sense. But what they're doing in Africa for all these millions and hundreds of years,
Of course, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. You can't go and test your drugs just because you feel like it in a country. Hold on, in a country that you make it poor. It's not actually poor. It's what they show you.
It's not poor. Yeah? Because I was watching.
Why would they be going there trying to get so much resources? That seems like a land of riches to me.
Listen, France. You see France? You see Dotty France? That's not swear word, right, Shiffa? You see Dotty France? Yeah? You see Dotty France? I know them people were nasty. From every time I go there and I say, why are these people so racist? Because they must be the biggest bloodsuckers out there. Because them...
No, look, French are racist, and I'll say this: they're not really. Some of them are racist, but they're mainly prejudiced against the English, and that's because of the war and history that they've had. I found this when I went to other countries.
They're all up in Africa. They're all up in Africa.
No, I know. Listen, let
me finish. Making them sign treaties, yeah, and then making what do you call it? Making a foolery of the people who say they're not going to do it, so that the other countries around them sign it. Listen, you need to go read up about that. It's not just
hold on. Let me explain something about this treaty, because you are right, and there's a little bit more to it. Yeah, what these big elites are doing is basically coming in and saying,
bullying.
Hold on, I'll make it clear. They're coming in and saying, look, where we're coming from,
colonizing.
It's in some sort of sense, but they're basically saying where we've come from, we've grown, we've advanced, we're technologically ahead of you. We can help you get to where we are. I tell you what, we'll lend you some money, we'll bring in our builders, we'll help build infrastructure. 10, 15 years goes by, okay, we need the money back. But wait, we never made enough in that short period of time to pay you back. Okay, well, we want the money now. So I told you what, we'll come in, we'll take over your businesses, we'll interject into your government. And that is what's happening. Yeah?
Listen.
The Rothschilds did it back in the day.
Listen.
Right?
It goes.
Bilderberg did it back in the day. China's been doing it.
It goes deeper than that. Go and look at it. I can even, don't worry. When we talk tomorrow, I will get you a WhatsApp and everything. I will send you a video of a woman who they threw out of it. I will show you the video of what's going on, because people have their ideas about like they're stupid. They're bullying people. These people are bullying people, and that's the main crux of it. They're bullies. Yeah.
Look, and I have to say this one thing to let you know. I agree with you.
For too long.
Hold on. This is the one thing I will say. Yeah, well, I'm not going to disagree with you. It doesn't matter what race or culture I have come across so far throughout my time of looking into history. If it's not someone who's white, it might be someone who's Indian or Chinese or Arab or whatever.
Software. Let me just tell you one thing. There's no country like Africa that every other nation have gone in and stamped their foot on. Don't even go there with me.
Of course, and this is the whole.
Don't try and bring up any other, whether they're white, whether they all have gone in Africa and spat on Africa.
Right. So this is my whole point of what I was trying to say. It's no matter what country, they've all done it at some point in history, right? Remember, we've just come from a period where people were revolting against slaves in America. All right, so they forget about that. Now we've got the Chinese suppressing us. All right, what's the next thing? Indians? Well, you already go to India and you see.
Well, it looks like it's the French, possibly the French, the Belgians, the Germans. And I tell you what, they got a big thing coming, because the new generation of Africans, I don't think they're going to have it. So they're going to have a hard time, and that's why they're trying to rush in these controls right now with a big old who are in control.
Do you know the funniest thing is, President Trump, as much as some people don't like it, President Trump has just asked and stated he wants people to come in and work and help the country. Now, he only wants those who have high qualifications. Now, as far as I'm aware, most of the people that come from somewhere like Africa and all these places, They ain't coming there to do no dilly-dallying business. They're coming to study and work and go back home. So most of them have got a good couple degrees.
Exactly. Couple, you know that.
Right? So he knows that these people are coming in, and within the last year, a lot of the rising businesses in America have been black businesses.
Yeah, maybe
They have been black businesses.
Maybe he's drawing them in to dumb them out.
My whole point is be very aware and vigilant, my people.
Can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? And I'm not even being racist or over extremist black or whatever. I don't really right now. When now knowing what I've known from the past and knowing what I'm digging up now in these days, I find it very hard to trust any white man in power. Not like the white man on the street or my neighbor, but any white man in power, I find it very hard to trust any one of them. I mean,
as a correction, I find it hard to trust anyone in power because you're always going to have some type of agenda.
Well, listen, at the end of the day, it's always the white man pulling the fucking pocket strings, no matter what. They're the ones who are on top. Sorry, Shiffa. They're the ones who are on top doing that. They're the ones who are on top doing that. So
I'm not going to say you. Hold on. I'm not going to say you're wrong. But please let me say this one thing. Please let me say this one thing. Yeah, you're not wrong, but you also have Moors at the top of the chain who's also dictating against their owner people.
And selling out.
You have to look at that too. These are Moors. They were emperors and kings.
I know. But we've gone past that now. Do you know what I mean? I'm not.
No, they're still there. They're still there.
What I'm talking about now is the new generation who are waking up. We got to forget about those mofos. We got to be waking up the new generation who's going to say no to that shit.
Yeah, but all right, look, and I get where you're coming from about new generation, but like I've been trying to say on the shows when I do come on, it's not about creed or culture, it's about the future. And I feel it for my black people because, you know, we do get a really hard brunt of the stick. But let me show you something. If you're not
together as a human race, yes, we do, because it's a human race against robot race right now.
No, but listen, this is what people get wrong. Yeah, these people ain't out here planning for tomorrow. They've already planned this, not 100 years. They planned for 1,000 years.
We're catching up.
Right? They've planned for 1,000 years on how to do things. So if we want to catch up, we ain't just going to plan about, let me have a business for the next 10 years. I need to plan for my kids,
right.
kids.
Thank you.
This is how you need to plan, and you need to realize you need to be taking the education you learn here, go back, take those resources and build.
Yeah, but
build where you're coming from and teach people not to have segregation. Yeah, and
say it loud, say it clear, but just know that people ain't stupid.
No, but you know what? I say it like this. We may not be stupid, but we get brainwashed by all this mass media we allow to go in through our ears and our eyes. Pick up a book, read something, which isn't science fiction.
I haven't watched TV since I was on holiday when I came back from, and my TV's looking at me every day like it's a mirror on the wall because I don't look at it. I don't turn it on. I don't. I have no interest in it. None.
Yeah, I think his phone's cut off. I was just looking at this thing that he's posted before. Hold on, he's back again. I'll ask.
Yeah, sorry. I'm losing signal and the time is bad. So I really do have to love you and leave you. But you know what? Please listen to this lady. She is speaking sense. You know, and I get it. You know, some people will have their own agendas.
So
but at the end of the day,
can I ask you one question? This what is it called? Anti-denial system, yeah, that we was talking about originally before we went a bit off the subject a bit.
Yeah.
How is it comparable to the 5G equipment that's going to be rolled out? And, you know, when I say comparable, I mean that what are the components, similarities? How do we know that it has the same effects as this anti-denial system? Because from what I've read about the 5G, you know, they're saying that it is emitting a lot lower frequency XYZ. So, you know, there are people who argue to the contrary, but I want to know your position on it.
All right. It emits a lot lower frequency at the moment because 5G hasn't fully been rolled out. Yeah, it's still being rolled out. It's not fully being rolled out. What I mean by fully being rolled out is it's everywhere, and all of our telecom communication companies now provide you 5G standardly. Not no 4G, 5G
5G. It
standardly.
is. It is. It is. But can I just say something? Tariq, I think it's Tariq Williams. And it's true, they showed that same weapon in the Hulk. Do you remember when they got Hulk and they got him in that thing and he was like trying to move? Does everyone remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
All
remember
right.
that
So
film. So you
let me
see
explain.
how they do that, and they showed you that it was the military came in with that shit.
All right. So let me explain how this weapon works, so people can get a finer understanding. Right. Frequencies, as you know, is something that is there. It's everywhere. We hear it in music. You see it in the air, but you don't actually recognize it. Now, the lower the decibels of frequency starts to cause things to rumble and compress. The higher the frequency, it causes things to expand and rip apart. Okay. What this frequency is doing is expanding you and ripping you apart. What the one they used for Hulk was not the same thing.
Yeah, it just stopped him. They tried to make it just like stop him, kind of.
No, it's a more dense pulse. So it was, they know they can't rip him apart. They have to hold him to the ground. So when you watch back, when you're watching back the film, you'll realize his muscles are rippling, because they can't be pulled apart. So it's pressure compressing him down to the ground so they can hold him there until they can trap him.
Software.
Looks like that.
What information do you have to back this up, what you're saying?
What information do I have? I study science, bro. You go study science. I can't give you all the details. That took years and years and years.
What are the information sources? Can you cite any sources of information that can back up what you're saying? Because in the sense of obviously ripping people apart, you know, if the 5G towers are ripping people apart, I'm sure there's 5G towers out there right now. I know they.
No, they're turning it up to a certain frequency, though.
All right, look. The easiest way for me to get you to understand.
Wait. 1 second. By what Annie just said there, am I getting the gist of what Annie's saying to be that if they turn the frequency up on the 5G emitter, then that's when it's going to have that kind of effect?
It would have to be something like 10G as well, which they do have already.
Yeah, but they're not going to release that because it's not for us. It's for international signals which go to space.
Right, but they do have 10G already, right? Software, back me up.
Right, so let's explain this so people understand. Every single frequency which is being used right now, majority of them are registered and owned. Yeah, so that they do not interfere when people make new technology. You're not allowed to use frequencies that the aircraft use or the military use and everything. There are certain bandwidths which are not registered.
That's right.
Because they are deemed as harmful to human and the environment. Not to say that you can't get nothing from it, but they do not patent it because regardless.
So what are the effects on the environment, software?
Radiation, poisoning,
kill it, dead.
Wait. Mutation. Sometimes you can go brain dead like a vegetable. There are so many different things because things affect people differently based on your genetic makeup,
and your
based on what you eat, where you live, you know. So if you don't believe me, look, Rife frequencies, RIFE. Look that up. Rife frequencies. These are frequencies known to heal your body. Regardless of what organ, bone, or anything, you literally play the frequency near your body. So if it's telling you there are frequencies which match this millimeter waves that can heal you, you should also be aware there are frequencies which can destroy you.
Yeah. I mean, my friend Aretha Marija, she was telling me about some frequencies that you can listen to. Like there's different type of frequencies that can actually open up your mind. I think it's saying like 33. I don't want to say the wrong hertz, but there is a hertz that you can listen to, and it actually expands.
950 is one of them. You're talking natural frequencies which are found in the environment.
Yeah.
950 actually opens up the pineal gland, so you can open your mind more and be perceptive. There are also ones like 550, which is supposed to be a hertz, which is good for natural healing.
Yeah.
You know,
there you go.
441 is not a natural number. It's synthetic, which was made by the Germans, which allows you to. It showed the people being suppressed there, and they weren't even aware of it. So they play it through their music and they play it through your TV.
But that's what I'm saying, because I produce music, and when you can.
All right, here's a question. Here's a question for you. You make music and try and put it on the radio.
Change the frequency.
Okay, say that again, please.
You can change the frequencies.
No, they change your frequency.
Yeah, but I can change it.
Oh yeah, you can change it, but if you bring your music and try and get it to be played on radio, and it's not within a certain frequency. If they like it enough, they will change it so it's in the frequency that they want.
But
you are not allowed to play natural frequencies.
But everybody hears the mainstream radio frequencies. You can hear it. You know when you're on the main. I definitely know it. There's a definitely higher frequency there. Definitely. I pick that up all the time.
Yeah, but that just means that your ears are now tuned. Like the longer you make music, like for instance, I'm tinnitus, means I get higher pitched buzzing sounds in my ears sometimes. The longer you play music, you start to pick up on certain frequencies that normal people won't pick up because they're not used to it.
Yeah.
Right? So you're starting to hear sounds which are not supposed to be there.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're uncomfortable to the human ear.
Yeah, sometimes I'll be in a room and I'll be like, did you hear that? And they'll be like, no.
Now imagine someone who's perceptive to these sounds. It drives them mad and they want to kill themselves.
Your software, can I just read something out to you and just get your critique on it? Yeah, because I've had it up on the screen. And seeing as you're still here, I just want to read this to you quickly. The ADS works by firing a high-powered beam of 95 gigahertz waves at the target, which corresponds to a wavelength of 3.2 millimeters. The ADS millimeter wave energy works on a similar principle as a microwave oven, exciting the water and fat molecules in the skin and instantly heating them via dielectric heating. One significant difference is that a microwave oven uses much lower frequency and longer wavelengths of 2.45 gigahertz.
Right. Do you want me to explain how that works?
It's about the density.
And then it says the short millimeter waves used in ADS only penetrate top layers of skin, with most of the energy being absorbed within 0.4 millimeters, 1/64 inch of skin, or 1/64 of an inch. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to explain how it works?
Whereas microwaves will penetrate into human tissue about 17 millimeters, 0.67 inches. The ADS effects of repelling humans occur slightly higher than 44 degrees centigrade, 111 degrees Fahrenheit, though first degree burns occur at about 51 degrees centigrade and second degree burns at about 58 degrees centigrade. In testing, pea-sized blisters have been observed in less than 0.1% of ADS exposures, indicating that second degree surface burns have been caused by the device. The radiation burns caused are similar to microwave burns, but only on the skin surface due to the decreased penetration for shorter millimeter waves. The surface temperature of a target will continue to rise so long as the beam is applied, and at a rate dictated by the target's material and distance from the transmitter, along with the beam frequency and power levels set by the operator. Most human test subjects reach their pain threshold within 3 seconds, and none could endure more than 5 seconds. So, like, what I'm taking from this thing here now, because I want to get your, I want to tell you what I've taken from it for myself now, that this ADS on this this anti-denial system, whatever it is, yeah.
Yeah.
The beam that they're firing at you is basically like microwaving you, like a microwave oven, and it's causing blisters on the skin. It's burning you, basically, yeah.
Same in principle, but it's kind of let me break it down so you understand.
But when you're finished breaking it down, can you explain to us how you're comparing that to a 5G tower and how the 5G tower has implications of doing anything similar or the same thing or whatever it is that you're actually trying to tell us?
Right. So how it works, basically, most people that would understand science or understand sound, music, you know about sound waves, you know about a bass line has a very long, slow curve.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And then you understand that high pitched sounds have a very short curve. Yeah. Small oscillations. Now, with a microwave, they're using big waves at a slow pace. So over a duration of time, it doesn't really do anything to you unless you're standing directly in the raised direction. Yeah, that's why they always tell you don't stand near the microwave, always have the door closed, because they don't want radiation leakage, right? With this machine, all they've done is turn up the oscillation, so it hits you faster and it goes over a longer range. So if you shrink the beam ratio and point it at an object, it fires over a longer distance and it gets to you quicker. Yes, it's ionizing radiation. That's exactly right, because we are ionized beings. Thank you, Talk. Right? So if you want my opinion on it, it's the same thing. It's just tuned to a different level. Microwaves are no safer than 5G. The only reason why people are more worried about 5G is because it has more than one signal in it. It has multiple signals in it. Hence why it affects you faster. So you're not just getting hit with one wave. You're
And
getting hit with multiple.
Remember, software, it's multiples that they're planting around the place because it is shorter waves. They need a lot of them around. Do you understand
Yeah,
me?
because what it is, the signal drops off within 10 meters.
Right.
So what they need to do is have mini transponders to increase the signal. The main masses are a mile to a mile apart. So you need something in between. But it's not just street lamps, it's your mobile phone, it's your Wi-Fi router, it's anything which connects to 5G, increases the radius of the signal.
Yeah.
So software, one more thing before you go. Moslem Minds has posted in the chat. He said sound waves from music can heal you. It's the white tone that heals. So then before you answer that, I just want to say a big shout out to Tariq Williams, Ill Figure Beats London, Moslem Minds, just everyone in the chat. Big up to yourselves as well, guys. Software, Annie, everyone who's joining the live chat. Out to a lot going on. Pinero's Mind for hosting the show on his channel. GNM Gaming.
I got to big up Pinero and his channel. You don't know, he's showing enough love for letting us have our speech and our commentary. You know, that's love there. Right, let me just quickly touch on what
subscribe people. What we're going to be doing as well at the end of the week, we're going to be running some competitions. So make sure you're listening, you're learning, because then you're going to be able to answer the questions. Software, I'm going to let you continue now. Sorry, my
right. So based on what he's saying, music can heal you if it's within the right frequencies. Yeah. So a lot of these harmonic frequencies, rife frequencies, they're all there to help you, which people have discovered. An actual Chinese
it's the it's all about
that goes the sounding of the is a historical thing where people used to hum in a congregation, just like how you have people singing in choir and they're able to bring buildings down or raise objects because it's actually in tune with the object that they're focusing the sound on. So going back to white noise, if you haven't realized right now, all of our TVs are digital, right? There's no more analog. analog was white noise. People used to pick up different things, signals being transposed over the television frequencies. Now, these frequencies, right, when they're white noise, have no effect on you whatsoever, no negative effects. Let me point that out. Going back to what I was saying again, to the right frequencies, that frequency which he's talking about is there. So, yes, music can heal you, but it depends on the frequencies. As I was trying to say, a Chinese instrumental player discovered these things and made it public. So he actually has a medical facility set up with only instruments where he only plays you sounds. Now, he's not the first person that has found this out. Go and look at the Oregon theory, and it will also show you that this other person who was also from World War II scientist found this. Now, they discredited him because they didn't want people to find out. Anytime anyone does anything which is to improve your health, whether it's the energy in your body, or whether it's your diet, or whether it's the cells reproducing and renewing themselves, they do not want you to know this information because it is against economical financial values. They cannot make money off of things that grow in the ground.
Of course, exactly.
Because anyone can grow it, right? So yes, that's how they make pyramids. Just to shout out for gaming music. You're right there. You know, people really don't understand the power of frequency. It literally is in everything you see and cannot see. It is what makes our reality what it is. If you understand how to use that or manipulate that, then, you know, that's a weapon in itself. You know, but again, I have been on here for more. I'm pulled up. I really need to go. So again, I have to show love. And this time when I do go, I'm only going to be a listener. And please, if you want me to spread any more information, just get at me, get at Shiffa. Shiffa knows how to get me personally. When I've got the time, I'll come and drop some knowledge. I don't really mind. It's about showing the love. You know what I mean?
Come on, man. Come on. It's free knowledge, man. This is why, you know, that out to Muslim minds as well. Big up yourself as well, my brother. But like, you know, we're trying to make something positive here for people. You know, the channel itself is based on knowledge. You know, the show is designed for people to come and share knowledge and talk and educate themselves, educate others, and be positive with each other. So, you know, the fact that we're doing positive things, we're sharing information, people, you're getting this all for free. You know, so from
big up Desiree. Big up Desiree, because also she knows about the Oregon crystals and the Shonite crystals. Yep. Those are things that you need to look up. People, you need to look up things which are more organic. Yeah, you can make the Oregon crystal synthetically, but it's actually made from organic materials. It's not synthesized whatsoever.
Well, this is why, you know, from next week, what we want people to be doing.
I sell the shungite, you know. I know how to get the shungite, I know how to get the orgonite, I know how to get all them things. So if anybody needs to get hold of any in North London side, you know, this is what we need to start getting out our networks of who sells them, where they can...
What I probably will do is come to you on the specs on how to make it. I don't want you to make one for me. I need to know how to make it myself. Don't get me wrong, I've looked it up.
It comes from Russia, so you can only get it from Russia.
Well, what I want you lot to be doing is any information you've got, you know, the same way, you know, Desiree, she shared it in a message. You know, you can send me your internet pages. You can send me pictures of stuff. You can post me stuff. However you want to do it, email me stuff. And, you know, I can share stuff on the screen for people as well, because, you know, the idea is to share information. Information isn't something that comes free, and it's not easy to learn everything in life, is it? You know, it's all first time growing up. So the point I'm going to make is this, you know, from next week, what I want people to be doing is, you know, making sure that when we're doing our presentations, when we're talking about things, try to bring as many sources as you can to back it up.
I can show you something now.
So hold on, let me say bye. and let you finish your conversation. Thank you very much, people and listeners and presenters. You know, and again, thank you to Don Pinero for allowing us to use your channel. Nothing but love.
Thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, like I want to see people come in with documentation, you know, like who is the lady that was in the chat room with us the other day, Annie, your friend? I can't remember her name.
Tracy.
Tracy, that was it. And you know, she just told us the website to go on to, and we can go and we can share information. I think it's you know, it's imperative that you know we share information with each other. You know, we make sure things are broken down in a way that's understandable for each other, so everyone knows what's going on. We all know where we stand, you know, and also, you know, it's helpful to know things, because when you know things, you can deal with things, you can get on top of things, you can do things with the information. So, you know, because the channel is free and it's based on free information, you know, what we're going to also be doing is we're going to be starting a Patreon system where people can Patreon us. You know, you can sign up, make a donation, you know, because a lot of work goes into, you know, finding the right things to talk about, finding the right information. You know, when you go on to Pinero's Mind, you know, you'll notice that he shares a lot of information. So, you know, I'm sure, you know, a lot of people out there that are into information, that, you know, go on there and log on and listen and watch the videos, you know, listen to this chat show, whatever you're doing, you know, sign up for the patrons as well. Sign up for the patrons for the show as well. Sign up for both, or sign up for one or the other. Do something, you know, because, you know, time is money at the end of the day. And, you know, we're all investing time and money and information and getting people, making phone calls, sending emails, promoting. You know, there's a lot of work that goes into it. Plus, we want to do some, you know, prizes and giveaways and stuff, you know. So hopefully people are going to be on board. Everyone's going to support. You know, we keep the show running for as long as we can, you know, until YouTube decides, you know what, we're not going to let them do shows like this anymore. This
You don't like them no more.
You know, we're hoping to move to a studio at some point, you know, when the coronavirus is all died down and, you know, people are allowed to be in contact with each other.
Have you got a radio station?
Do you know what? I am actually on a radio station, if I must be honest. But I'm also not just a host, I'm also a MC and, you know, music radio host also. So, you know, I'm a man of many talents as far as entertainment is concerned anyway. Also do a bit of rapping and stuff, music and stuff like that. So, you know, got a lot of things going on. But at the end of the day, you know, people want to talk about things. People want to know about things. They want to learn about things. They want to listen to people. Yeah. Out to Desiree Carmi, Shiffa Don, I shall share some Organite links with you. That sounds good. Share the Organite links with the channel, please. Post them in the chat. Share them with the channel, because once they're in the chat and they're in the channel, when we go back and we watch, we can see all the posts, we can see all the links, we can see everything, you know. Obviously, some of us might be sat there with a pen and paper right now taking notes and stuff like that, but I'd imagine most of us aren't. You could be in the car just driving on your way home, on the YouTube listening. You know, you could be at home. You could be any place right now. Who knows where you're going to be when you're listening to this? Yeah, out to GNM Gaming Music Media. He said Shiffa's music's fire. Check him out. Come on. Come on. Only the best. Only the best. Are you trying to share your screen?
Can you see the Shun guy on there?
I can see it now.
Yeah, show them what the Shun guy looks like.
So what's the Shun guy? Can you give us a bit of information about
Right,
the Shun guy? Break it down for us, Andy.
Yeah, so this is like a thick, dense stone. Okay, even though it's dense, it's still sort of like it's easy to break up, and it's almost like a granite. Okay, but it's from Russia. People can look it up further. It is from Russia, but what they've found is that it can block radiation. Okay, so if you have a piece of shungite on you, it can stop radiation passing through to your body. So what it will do is stop, and a lot of them have copper around it as well, which you know is also a defense.
So how does the shungite work though? Like, because when you say it's blocking radiation, what's going on here?
It's just a quality in the stone that blocks. It's got a density in it that blocks. There's a quality in the stone. I haven't really actually the name of it. I can look it up for you quickly here, but anyone can look it up. It's really easy. It's spelled Shungite, shungite. Okay, it's from Russia. You can put it in your water. You can drink it. It can get rid of the metals in your body. Okay. So yeah, just look it up, because what I don't like to do is tell people everything. I like people to do a bit of work. You know, I could get the stuff up for you, but if everyone's listening in person and they want to protect themselves from 5G, go out there and look it up. Software is good to give a lot of information like that, but I would pinpoint it and then let people go and look it up. I know a lot of the information is not there, but to be fair, some things people would say are just like theories and not fact, and that's what I'm saying. We have to decipher what is fact and what is real and what is I don't like to say conspiracy theory, just what is theory, because what at the end of the day, a lot of things are theory. Even what the BBC News are saying these days is theory, because they don't know what the hell's going on. So it's up to people to go and look and research and find out what shungite does. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, obviously, if it's blocking radiation, we just want to really know how it's blocking the radiation to make best use of it, innit? Because with all the
well, they go and look it up. Like I went and looked it up and realized I need to get this. You know what? You know what I'm like, Shiffa. I think people are lazy in their minds. Like they come on shows, they just I know a lot of the people on here are actually active and they do interact. So I pick up everybody who's on and what. But there's possibly a lot of people who are not even making themselves known. And they just want to decipher information and just want to be lazy, and that's our problem as a people. We don't read, we don't know the information that the law's given us, and like you say, we don't know when they're going to lock this off. So we have to actually, you know, like cruel to be kind, tough love kind of thing. People have to start going out there and investigating for themselves and researching themselves and not depending on people like ourselves and software. And yeah, we're giving a certain amount of information, but this is not, we're not teachers. I'm not a teacher. I'll give you I'm happy to give people a certain amount, because right now people should be on their laptops looking up shungite. Do you understand me? On their phone thinking, wow, what's shungite? Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what I would be doing.
I definitely agree with you, because...
And then we can move on to something else.
It's all well and good taking someone's word for something, yeah?
Right.
But if you don't know it for yourself...
Right.
Then you're just taking someone's word. They could be telling you all sorts of nonsense. So to that regard, I think it's definitely essential. Anything that you hear in this show, anything you watch on Pinero's Mind, you see in those videos, anything you hear anywhere, critique everything wisely. Take time with things, you know? Don't just hear someone say something and then forget about it. You know? Especially if it's something that's new to you, it's not familiar to you, you know. Critique everything wisely, you know, and question everything. Note down the sources of information, the authors, writers. Who are they? What's their agenda? If they have one.
Exactly, because for me, like Shunga, I've heard about it for quite a while, and I just sort of like I just make sure I've had it. Obviously, there are properties. I don't want to start saying stuff, and I could get up something and start reading it out, but so could somebody else. Do you know what I mean?
No, everybody else. Annie, it's good for you to read it out, because at the end of the day, this is a chat show, isn't it? So someone went online to listen to somebody else talk. Now, at the end of the day, fair enough. I could read it myself. You could read it yourself. We can all read it ourselves. I'm pretty sure most people are capable. But right now, we want to hear Annie.
All right. So basically, like I said, I'm gonna be kind, because I'm a bit tough love. I'm a bit horrible, but I'm gonna be kind tonight.
You see what I did?
Yeah, you boosted me, you little punk. But it's all right. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it, Shiffa. I'll take it. So basically,
Yeah, I knew you'd see what I did right there.
yeah, I did. But you know what? You made me feel bad. So I was like, all right.
It's true, but it's not. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm just trying to pull in your heartstrings.
Yeah, it's all right. I
Give
know.
the people what they want.
Yeah, and you know what? We have to understand. Some people might not even have access. Some people might have difficulty reading. So I do have to be kind. And you know, it's not. I've got a brother who's, do you know what I mean, dyslexic. Do you know what I mean, and has words and that jumping out. So I know sometimes it is hard for people to do that. So I apologize if anybody is out there listening, and you do have any issues with seeing words on the screens and things like that, or don't even have access. I apologize. It's all about love, and I apologize. I'm just a bit of a tough love cow. But really, basically, it was originally used in 1879 to describe a mineraloid with more than 98% carbon. So it's basically based on the carbon that's in it, and that's why it's black. So obviously we know if you burn something, it turns to carbon, right? So this is basically, it's been on in Russia. They basically found out about this maybe how many years, whatever ago. But it's the more recent term has been termed as shungite bearing rock. So what the whole thing, the whole formation of it is. So the reason why it can actually protect you is because of its biological origin. So it's based on carbon. So anything to carbon's a thick substance. Okay, so you know if you burn something, it, even though it's volatile in the sense that it can break up, it's also thick in its sense that it's, when you touch carbon, it's thick, it's on your hands, you can't rub it off that easily. So it's harder to penetrate. So the fact that they found that this stone is sort of like, oh, okay, you can't penetrate this. They found that even radiation was unable to penetrate it. Okay? And they've found this. They've researched it. Like I said, go and look at it. There's basically only a part in Russia that it is actually, that it is found as well. Okay, I think it's called Shunga. Okay, that's why the name came from shungite. So it is a very special, and you know, that's why it just makes you think the universe has made everything there for us to protect us, almost as though it knows what man is going to do to us. Why is that strong substance of carbon there for us that fights radiation? Hematite does it as well, by the way.
So this stuff's not really readily available then?
It's
not
only in Russia.
Okay.
But it is readily available online. Anyone can go online now and buy it, but you got to be careful because you don't know if they're giving you real shungite. There's people who are testing it and making sure that it is the real shungite. Because you don't want someone selling you a piece of coal online and telling you.
This is the thing, because it could get wicked out there.
It could get wicked out there.
Trust me. Got down Sainsbury's tomorrow by myself a big bag of coal. I got the shungite.
Right. Okay. Wrap it up in a little bit of copper. You know what I mean? Glaze it up.
2 wires around that quick.
This is what I'm saying, bruv. It could get wicked out there.
Shungite factory, real quick. No,
so you've got to be careful the source that you're getting it from. Get it from credible sources, because you could be walking around thinking that you're protected and you're not.
Yeah,
to tell the truth, I wear one, and since I've been wearing it, my body feels different. Like, you know, my body feels different. And that's not a lie. I feel more energized. Plus, another thing that you can get is what we call sea moss. Now, sea moss is really good for you because what that can do is it can get out. It's got iodine in it. Iodine. What iodine does, it clears your body of any metals that you may have in your body. And metals. So you know, like the chemtrails that they're putting out in the sky.
Yeah.
What they're doing in the chemtrails, they're actually dropping down sort of like metals, and they're trying to say, oh, we're protecting the ozone and what's not. But what they're doing, they're actually putting down metals. Now, kind of what software is saying, that kind of goes with a lot to do with radiation. So if there's sort of like metals in our body, they can help to mess up our cells once they switch on this 5G as well, you know? So if we want to get rid of metals in our bodies, we should really be trying to have things like CMOS. You can actually, there's some shungite stones that you can actually put in your water, and it can clean the water, and then when you drink it, it can ionize your body again. But you do have to be careful. I would say anybody who's got kidney problems or anything like that, just be careful. Possibly take it once a week, because you know anything like these natural remedies, always seek and check things. That's why I don't like saying too many things. I don't want people to run out and start taking it, and then they end up being ill.
But it's funny you're saying this, yeah, because after today, yeah, on this show, and some of the things we've spoken about, looking at some of the articles and pieces of writing we've gone through, pieces of literature we've gone through, like ionizing doesn't sound so great anymore. You know, having iron in your system.
That's
Because when they were talking about radiation, they were talking about ionizing. So I don't know that these words sound more frightening now. Before they sounded like friendly words.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's natural ways of ionizing your body, you know, and even your acid and alkaline balance in your body is really important. You know, that helps. So even things going back to the virus and anything in your body that can try and get into your body, if you've got a good balance. If you've got a good balance, because what people don't realize as well, a lot of bacteria do start in the stomach, and that's where the acid starts to fight anything as well. Obviously, this coronavirus, it started through has to get through the nose, has to get through the mouth, and then it gets through into the stomach, or into the chest. But if we've got the right balance of food, diet, and that's why I keep going back to immune system. I can't stop pounding on about the immune system. And you know, it's on the news. I don't even know on the news, but are they pounding on about the immune system on the news? I don't know. Are they?
A little bit.
Because they have to be seen to be doing the right thing. A little bit.
I remember hearing something. I've spoken about it before. I'm trying to remember exactly what the guy said.
See? Did you see what Desiree Carmi is saying? She's saying about the 5G. She said she did a Google search of 5G in her area, and it was given a clear map of them. Many nearby, none on her road yet. 30 countries refuse 5G, including Glastonbury near me. Makes you think. Exactly. We're just idiots here sitting here waiting for them to all put it together. I don't understand. I don't understand. What do we do? Do we sit like sitting ducks?
That's a really good question.
Do we sit? J Prophet said who? Well, oh, the organ therapy. Oh, theory. He's putting something in. Can you put up what J Prophet's put up? I can't. I don't have any control over it. Shiffa. J Prophet's put up the Wellhome rake. Wellhome rake. I think that's somebody to do with the organ theory.
Yeah, I just put that up just a second ago.
Organ theory. Cool. Thank you. So anybody who doesn't who might not be able to see that, or listening from a different devices or whatever, it's spelled WILHELMREICH. That's two words, two names, the surname, and it's called the organ theory. Yeah, that's it. Draft a letter to your local MP containing the side effects of evidence. And that's right, Desiree. People need to learn to start to write letters. They need to write letters. Stop all of this online shit. You have to actually write a physical letter. A physical letter.
What's the name of that stone again? The shungite.
Yeah. Another thing, because you know what, when I started hearing about all this shit, you know what I've done? I got I ordered a hat, a radiation hat, because what it has is silver intertwined in it.
Okay.
Silver is another, but I think it's got some other thread in it as well, but it's got silver entwined into the material. So a lot of people also can put foil in there, you know, something like, you know, those things that you get on the windscreen when it's hot, or you reflect your wind, that type of thing can reflect it away from your house as well. Deflect, I should say.
Yeah, Desiree said, draft a letter to your local MP containing all the side effects evidence of 5G. Muslim Mind says EMF protective sheeting can be purchased on eBay in large quantity, very cheap for the price of your safety. We could also use this fabric to create our own hats and clothing.
Yeah, that's right. Muslim, go Muslim Mind.
As long as it ain't shiny aluminum stuff, we're good to go.
No, because the hat that I've got, they put it on like a jersey, a grey jersey. But I don't like it. They got like this hangover sort of thing. So I bought it anyway. So just to see, it was like my little thing to see it. So what I'm gonna do, and people can actually get EMF radiation detectors. They can get radiation detectors downloaded on their phones. You can buy it on eBay as well. So you can go around your home and see which areas are high in radiation.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good idea to think about the you know, things that can protect us though, because at the end of the day, you know, we're living in strange times. We're living in some really strange times. If them 5G towers can do what people are saying they can do, you know, it could be murky waters for us.
What's this PDF list? PDF list of what? Protects from frequency, okay. Faraday cage, okay. Yeah, thank you, Desiree and J Prophet. That's such good information. Such good information.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I know, I'm looking at what are you looking at?
I'm just flicking through these comments now. I need to move my seat position as well.
Yes, okay.
All right, so Muslim Mind says, big up Desiree Karmi, you're on the right track. Would you be interested in joining the discussion? That would be nice. Out to J Prophet, Rifle Frequency. J Prophet again, Google and download PDF list. Faraday cage. Desiree Karmi, bless you, thank you, but no, I'm too shy. Sorry. Happy to help in other ways. And that's always cool. Like, I want people to feel comfortable. Like, don't be rushed into the chat. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk physically, like with your voice on the channel. You can talk with your keyboard. Just tap. Just tap. That's what you do. And you leave your comments, you leave your questions, and you're still taking part in effect. So
Of course.
no problem with that. You know, don't feel
Beautiful.
pressured.
All
No
the
way.
information's coming through. It's nice because obviously GMM Gaming Music Media says 50 plus 5G masts have been burned down in the UK. Now, why are people burning it down? They're not just running around burning it down for no reason. It's because they've gone out and done their research.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard about a few people burning them down. I saw a video of someone burning what supposedly burning a 5G tower down on YouTube. I don't know how true that was, but
He was burning it on YouTube.
yeah, I saw a video come up on YouTube, and apparently that's what someone was doing. It was burning the 5G tower.
Yeah, a lot of them, it's happening all over.
Found it tricky explaining all this 5G madness to my elderly mum. It's difficult for our elders to fully understand this, and it is heavy and quite unbelievable. And I definitely get that, because they might not necessarily have the tech know-how, the understanding of technology the way the younger generations do. But then, you know, I'll be honest, one conversation I've heard on the matter is, you know, this is like, you know, a history repeating itself, basically, where, you know, every time a new tech comes out, you know, whether it be 1G, 2G, 3G, whatever.
Because of virus,
it comes with some kind of side effects. So, you know, I have heard this critique from a few people, but obviously, you know, what we're about right here in the here and now, we're just about what we can evidence. You know, outside of that, we can still have the conversation. I'm open to conversation. It's just at the end of the day, I couldn't put it out there and say to people that this is something I actually know. It's just, you know, maybe something that I've either heard or something that I presume. Maybe it's something someone else may be able to claim to know. But I can't personally say that I know it unless I can understand it, critique it, you know, find the sources and educate myself on it personally. You know, like that. At that point, I now know. But yeah, I think it's been a good conversation today, though. Like, the 5G is obviously, you know, it's a bit of a gray area right now. I'm hearing that obviously, you know, there's not a lot of talk about it within the media and stuff like that. I've not heard a lot about it within the media. I'm not really a media guy like that, though. I don't watch TV a lot.
All they keep saying is, oh, it's a conspiracy theory and this and that and 5G and this. That's all they're really saying when they were saying anything about it. And then now, you're not allowed to post anything. So you notice Bill Gates gone a bit quiet. The whole Bill Gates thing has gone a bit quiet as well.
What's this Bill Gates thing? Talk to me. What's all that about?
You don't know about Bill Gates? What they're saying about Bill Gates?
No.
Come on.
No, sir. Last time I heard about Bill Gates, me hear about Monica Lewinsky. That was me about Bill Gates.
No, Bill Gates. Bill Gates.
Yeah, Monica Lewinsky, isn't it? The
No,
girl, innit?
you're talking about Clinton.
Oh yeah, Bill Clinton. Oh, I love it. That was funny though. Bill Clinton, yeah. Not Bill Clinton, Bill Gates. You're talking about the Microsoft geezer.
Yeah.
I've got you now. I've got you. I'm thinking of Bill Clinton. I don't know why I'm thinking of Bill Clinton.
Hilarious.
So what happened with Bill Gates then?
Well, apparently there's some conspiracy theory about him sort of like having his hands in all the pockets of the farmer. Well, you know, he's big in the whole farmer thing. So the whole COVID-19, they're saying that he's kind of got something to do with it. And
what,
now,
got something to do with the virus?
Yeah.
I thought you was gonna say he was doing a Monica Lewinsky as well. He's got something to do with the virus, though, the COVID.
I have to say it just so that they hear us saying it. It's a conspiracy theory. All right.
I have not heard about this one, but like obviously you're sharing it with us. You're sharing it.
So they're basically saying that because he's got his pockets in the big, you know, all the pharma companies. In 2015, he was had a big lecture on viruses and saying, you know, basically we don't have to worry about warfare. We have to worry about viruses and biological warfare and this and that. So now
he also made a film.
Yeah,
and a TV series about the same thing.
Yeah. And obviously, but all right, software. But what they're trying to do is now the conspiracy theorists, inverted commas, they're saying that he is behind it. He's funding the whole drug to find the cure or the vaccine, so that he's going to make money with all the pharmaceutical companies. Because what they're saying is people are getting more green now. People are sort of like moving away from pharmaceuticals, you know. Everybody's kind of more holistic. Everybody's trying to do the right thing and eat healthy, and or a lot of people, not everybody, but majority of people out there, the sensible people, they're kind of waking up to the way they're eating, and a lot of them are shunning sort of like pharmaceuticals, so they're kind of losing their money or losing their grip a bit. So what they're saying is that he had to bring something out now, like the virus, to boost them back again, because whoever gets the money for that vaccine, they're going to be trillion zillionaires. Do you understand?
It's not really about the money. It's not really about the money.
Power
But
and
Hold on, guys. Before we go any further,
power.
yeah, can I just get you to deal with a couple of the comments? So like twice recently, I drove up local road that has 5G mast on it and came back feeling stuffed up and wheezy. I'm waiting on my orgonite in the post until I go that way again. So earlier on, we was talking about Shugnite. Was it a Shugnite? A Kushnite? Shungite. We were talking about a Shungite. So now we've gone from Shungites to organites. So what is the difference in Shungites and organites? Do you know anything about this, Annie?
yeah, orgonite is basically the crystals that's inside. No, sorry, shungite is the materials inside the orgonite. It helps to balance out it transferring from negative to positive energy.
Yeah, and you can actually have shungite with orgonite in it as well.
All right.
I've got a piece of shungite that has orgonite in it as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of natural materials like stones, which you'll find. It's certain materials which are on the ground. They're organic materials. They give off certain energies. Like people have crystals in their house to clear up the energies in their house. It does the same, similar things. Yeah.
It's minerals. It's not crystals. It's not from the crystals. It's from the minerals.
All right, so we got Shungites, Organites. Are there any other nites like Kushites or
Hematite.
Hemanites?
Hematite.
Right. Hematite. How do I spell that one?
Hematite.
Hema.
Yeah, Tite.
Yeah. Well, while you're searching for that, I just wanted to touch down because I came on because you were talking about Bill Gates.
Right. Before we finish, is that all of them? Yeah. So I got Hematite, Organite, and Shungite. That's the only ones there are.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
No, there could possibly be more, but they're the familiar ones.
I'm gonna let you guys talk for a minute. I'm just gonna have a look at these quickly.
All right. So if people are not aware, there are different types of courts. We have the public court, the magistrates court, so forth. There is another court which is higher than that, which the public can bring somebody like a president, a king or queen to if they've done something on the levels of mass genocide. Now, currently at the moment, which you're probably not going to find on public media, right? There is supposed to be an investigation into Bill Gates. There's also one into the guy who runs the World Health Organization.
Have you heard of Parza?
Say that again, please.
Have you heard of Parza?
Yeah. So these people are being investigated supposedly for causing mass genocide. Yeah. So there is evidence of these people either tampering with materials or going to other countries doing tests. It has been proven and known that Bill Gates has gone to other countries and given out vaccines, and the people have had side effects from mutations or they died. He's not the first person, but he has been doing it recently. Currently, he's in Jamaica trying to help them build their infrastructure, from what I've heard.
Did you see that? He must shake Jamaican Prime Minister like a fool.
Right, from what I've heard. Now, if you haven't noticed, recently they've been having Bill Gates up on the news, right? Talking like he's a head doctor in these
and he was
fields,
out of university,
right?
thrown out.
Just to let you know this, Bill Gates paid the BBC in 2015. You can go and look it up, right? X amount of millions of pounds. So when you see these people who have no information in that industry whatsoever appearing on TV, making big conversational speeches about it, they paid them. They paid them. The world,
because look how much money the man's got. He's buying everybody out.
Right? They paid it.
The World Health Organization, he's got them in his pocket.
Of course he has. Look, it's a saying that everyone used to say a couple of years ago. Bill Gates, by the time he drops down to tie his shoelaces and stand back up, he's already made a couple of £1 million. So imagine what
he makes like about £100 a second, $100 a second.
All right. So if you think about that was 10 years ago, how much money did he make recently?
Exactly.
So to think he's just flinging out money to these funded organizations. Now, remember, if you're seeing where the money trail goes, everyone who's in a position of government or parliament, their pockets are still being filled. They're still getting money, but people are out here with no jobs, struggling to get food, struggling to survive, right?
Yeah.
But the economy's crushing, but these people still survive. Furthermore, you're watching the news saying they donate millions of pounds and dollars recently for what? Military expanse, looking on a new vaccination that supposedly they've tested and started testing from this week, earlier beginning of this week, end of last week, a vaccine in the UK. Now, as far as I'm aware, there is no vaccine yet. So how are you testing? What are you testing? Yeah,
well,
President Trump won't allow it.
In Africa, there's a vaccine.
Where did it come from?
In Africa, they've got a vaccine, mate. And they've made their own ventilators and everything. Don't worry, when you get on my page, you're going to see it. You'll see it. I don't talk it on here. They've got everything going on. And where they're saying that the ventilator they've got was like 600 or 6,000. They've made one for $60. So I put on my thing.
Of course, they're out here making these things.
I was like, oh, the NHS could do with a bit of a lesson here then. And
but there's no point showing the NHS because they're in the pockets of these top people.
Software. Wait for the best of it. Wait for the best of it. They are using a drug to cure it. What they use for malaria. Hello.
There you go.
Hello.
There you go. And they're not going to tell you these things. Why?
Hello.
Because as far as you're aware of anybody who sits down and watches the news, I don't really watch the news unless I'm really trying to see what they're talking about.
Yeah, to see what they're trying to get.
They're all talking the same thing. Now, I watch Russia Today. I may not watch it often, but one of the things I know is those people don't play to put you in the limelight. You lying, they're going to show it. Right? They're one of the only channels that I'm aware of that will show the blunt facts.
Who's that?
Russia Today.
Is it?
Russia Today will show blunt facts. Putin does not care. He don't care. He lets them say what they want.
What's he said?
No, watch this. We all know Putin runs that country. But if you're on public TV talking a lot of nonsense, I'm pretty sure that you're going to get shut down before you finish your sentence. Example, David Icke, the other day, 6-hour interview, they locked it off.
Oh shit!
He had more viewers than all the news channels put together in one night. They locked him off. Big controversy. You can't go on YouTube. You can't find a video anywhere, but you'll hear snippets of it. You'll hear him talking about it. It's called London Real. So what I'm trying to get you to understand is, right, the agenda is if they do not want you to say something, they will get rid of you. There have been news reporters that have spoken the truth and got fired the next day.
All right, guys, I'm back.
Or got locked off.
I had to go and look up these Shungites here. I was trying to devise a plan where we might be able to make a bit of money. I thought we might be able to sell some Shungite but it's not gonna work because this shungite, it has to, if it's authentic shungite, you can like use it to it can conduct. It's a conductor basically, so it's
You
like
can conduct electricity, so they're not going to really let it off like that. Trust me, not in big amounts. I already know this because again, I look into technology.
yeah, but
You know?
obviously it's a conductor, so it's really a metal then, isn't it? This shungite.
No, it's not. It's not. Let me explain something to you. There are materials and elements out here.
Mineraloid.
Yeah. So there are elements out here which are able to pick up or give off electromagnetic energy. Yeah, especially if they're around other materials that they interact with. This is just one of them. And materials like that, unless they're in abundance, they're very expensive. So it's very hard to get hold of.
And you know what? It's gone mad now. It's gone mad now. Before it wasn't like that. Now it has gone mad.
And I'll tell you why it's gone mad. Because everybody's trying to make more efficient, cheaper, smaller pieces of technology.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Copper's gone through the roof. China just bought out the last island, not place, island, moved the people off a good couple years ago. That's about 5 years now.
Who done that?
China.
Yeah, because they want all the little elements to put in their things, innit?
So when you're going around looking for certain, like me personally, I've tried to look for mercury. Now, I'm not looking for mercury for the fact.
It says online that shungite has synergetic metals within it, or something.
Yeah.
You can explain. I'll over to
That sounds crazy, isn't it? Yeah, synergetic. Explain.
So basically, synergetic. It says in the word synchronize. It's able to synchronize the energy with certain materials or elements, but it's not using elements. It's just using frequencies, which is energy in itself. That's why when you
hold up. I might have to pull you up there. You might be wrong. I'll tell you what it says here. It says shungite incorporates metals in its structure. Typically, catalytic elements such as Fe and Ni are present, as well as toxic elements Pb and As at Mgg A1 levels.
Magnesium. I know a few of them. So I'm basically trying to tell you, yeah, it's just like a magnet, or when you find certain elements in their rawest form.
It has got metal elements within it, elements of metal within it.
Yes, but it's hard to explain. Just like how you've got a frequency, which is a wave, inside a piece of material, they give off certain energy in a waveform, or they transfer energy to another waveform, like how trees transfer carbon dioxide to oxygen. It just transfers negative energy or negative particles to positive particles. That's what it's there for. It's like earth in the ground. It absorbs the lightning. So it is basically there to absorb and convert into something else.
Yeah, because when I was looking at the shungites and the organites and these things, like, I believe there's a lot of energies that flow around the planet in different ways and different forms. Obviously, one of those energies being radioactivity and things like that.
Frequencies, radio, solar, they're all there. Yeah, the Egyptians used them in the ancient days. Yeah, the pyramid is actually on one of the main ley lines, which connects to all of the ley lines. So they were using natural elements to channel the natural energy which is within the planet.
Before I let you go again, the point I was trying to make is, when obviously Annie was giving us a bit of a download on the shungites earlier, and then Desiree Kami was talking about the what are they called again, the organites, and obviously I've found out about the
shout out to Moslan.
And we've got loads of different types of stones out there, that can help protect you from things, so these stones can absorb different types of energies, is what I'm reading. Which I think that's good information to know. At the end of the day, it may not be mainstream information, and even what I've read here, it says, don't think of it as mainstream information. Like, don't use it like your doctor, because it's not a doctor, you know.
No, they won't. They basically
tell you that.
It's saying the stones
No.
have healing properties and all sorts
Yep.
of things.
Yeah. So like as you know, we
You
learn
got-
modern science.
Shiffa.
Yeah.
Shiffa.
Hello.
Shiffa.
Yo,
Shiffa, you still
say
there?
that again.
Yeah, go on.
I'm here.
Look up CMOS as well while my boy software's talking. My guys.
I'm gonna look up some CMOS now as well for real, because
Yeah, just look up CMOS or CMOS gel and find the properties that can help you to clean out any radiation in your body because it's got iodine in it and that blocks radiation. My right software.
all right, I've
So-
got you. I'm looking at now.
So you guys are on the right path. You know, so I'm gonna get a little science on you at the moment, just to get you to understand. Everything has energy or passes energy. It has positive and negative energy, right? And then when things collide, they combine and they become a mass. Certain masses give off positive energy because of the way they were formed. Certain masses give off negative energy because of the way they were formed. And then other masses just give off neutral energy. And this is most of the things that we see and interact with. Hence why it's on the same frequency that we are on. We can interact with it and it doesn't affect us. Now, these rare elements, and I call them rare, is because the way that they were put together or how they've collided over the generations which have passed, because it basically it's layers upon layers of sediments which get crushed over time and cause a hard catalyst. So then it becomes a solidified element. That element will hold some of the energy that it was formed with. Now these stones or natural things that you can find hold and maintain these energies, and this is what scientists are now trying to work out: how can we make these things and replicate the same thing? Hence why we have a lot of synthesizing going on, and this is the new thing now. It's no longer are we just smashing materials together and just making metals. We're now fabricating them to a finite where we're trying to intertwine the particles to now make a new material. So this is why you get element 15, element 16, and we're finding new elements all the time. So back in the day, it probably would have been seen as alien if you was to bring an element that you've only discovered today to the people back then, because they wouldn't understand the processes that you would have had to do, because every day we discover a new process through either electromagnetism, nuclear fusion. So we're making different things from different ideas, and we're not sure what we can do with that material yet. But in the next 5-10 years, we already know what we can do with that material because we've tested, picked, and prodded at it so many different times to get different results. So going back to the Oregon and all these other night materials, they hold the basic formation of what the universe is, the energies of how it was put together. We hold it, but we still don't understand it, and we can be positive or negative or even neutral, where this element just maintains. There's nothing in nature to unbalance the way it was formed. Even when the waters or the animals pass, it really doesn't move because it's just a solid element that is just static. It's not moving. Nothing is harming it apart from the natural elements, which is absorbing and converting back into positive energy anyway. So it's just continuing the cycle.
1 second, software. Yeah, you're getting all professor on us over there. We are listening, but I just wanted to get back with the what was I dealing with now? The CMOS. So the CMOS, yeah, being a potent source of potassium chloride, the CMOS dissolves the catarrh or the phlegm and inflammation of the mucous membrane to prevent congestion. It also has antiviral agents and antimicrobial properties that help in getting rid of all kinds of infections. It improves the immunity system of the body. So yeah, I thought I'd just get back at you on that one, you know, so that people, you know, obviously if you haven't gone out and read it yourself, I just done a bit of homework for you there. We don't just hear things on the show and haven't gone and looked them up and had a little conversation about it. So obviously, in the sense of this thing, getting rid of your mucus and stuff, like obviously decongesting you, is this why you're bringing it up now, Annie? In the sense of obviously with the coronavirus being a flu and causing congestion and stuff like that,
Yeah, as well as that. But what I'm saying is that it's also got it's rich in iodine. Now, iodine helps you to protect your body against radiation. Software, back me up.
Iodine helps you protect you against radiation.
Yes.
So where did you learn that from? Obviously, software can back you up if he knows
if he knows the chemicals of it.
And it.
Do you know it?
I'm only really learning about this CMOS now. So obviously it says it's potassium chloride.
Right.
So
there's obviously I don't know the whole breakdown of it because obviously
sorry, I was away. If you tell me some of the elements, I might be able to tell you what they are. I couldn't tell you all of them.
No, we were talking about CMOS, and obviously we were saying what the properties of it are. And it says it's a potent source of potassium chloride. So obviously Annie said something about iodine or something. I'm not sure. I can't remember what you said.
Iodine blocks radiation. It helps to block radiation. Have you heard of that?
I couldn't say I have, to be honest. I have heard people eating moss and seaweed. Yeah, I have heard that from eating moss and seaweed is actually good for your immune system. That's probably the most I could give you on that because I haven't covered that area yet to say.
Oh wow! So I've known this for a long time. Like people were saying, like drop a bit of iodine in your water. This must be going like 5 years back, but obviously people who know about it now, they're saying, well, how can we get it into your body safely? So CMOS is one of the ways of getting it into your body, sort of like, you can take it without overdosing on iodine because it is dangerous to the sense that you can damage yourself, especially if you've got kidney problems and things like that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. It does say it is a rich source of iodine. I'm struggling to find information about the iodine. You said it protects you from radiation as well, didn't you?
Yeah, but it deactivates radiation in your body.
Okay, deactivates it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find something on that. I don't know if software had anything he wanted to say or if he's just like gone on mute for a moment.
But it seems like I'm only hearing parts of what you're saying, so I can't comment fully.
Yeah, so I'm just like looking up the iodine.
Like you see people who have had cancer and they go on and they get like radiation, like they a lot of them will have possibly tablets that are based with iodine or something like
that. So the iodine's gonna help to reduce it basically.
Right, with the after effects.
I'm definitely with you. Like I'm just saying that obviously I'm just trying to find a study that supports it because maybe
all right. Go on NHS. I just found something. Radiation exposure and iodine tablets. It says. Let me just see. NHS directors receiving calls from members of the public regarding the recent.
Do you want to share your screen again?
Yeah, let me just find the right part though.
Yeah, that makes more sense because then at least we're sharing it with the people as well because. Like I said, it's an information-based channel, so we want to be sharing information. That's what we're here to do. The same way we're sharing it with each other. We're sharing it with the world right now. Out to Desiree Carmi. Irish sea moss is great, but hard to source. A reasonable priced one. If anyone has a good, fairly priced link, I'd be grateful. I never knew it has iodine. Fab. Nice one, Desiree. Well, if I do find the Irish moss link, I'll be sure to let everyone know. Do you know, like that? Because the Irish moss is sounding good. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, man.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie to you and say that.
There's
Like,
different grades. There's different grades of it as well. There's different
yeah,
grades. So you have to know what grade you're getting. Yeah. It's not just any old sea moss. You have to get a kind of high grade. High
yeah.
sea moss.
But the thing is, certain things will prick my ears, and I think
Yeah.
like when you say things like this, like you start talking about sea moss and iodine, and we're talking about
All right. Let me just read out just to prick. Just to prick interest, that this is on the NHS Direct site. This is what I don't need to share. I'm just going to read it out. It says NHS Direct is receiving calls from members of the public regarding the recent atomic accident at the Fukushima nuclear power plant in Japan. The calls are regarding the use of iodine tablets and salt, and whether people traveling to the area need to take them to protect themselves from radiation poisoning. Do you understand me? So it shows that there's a connection with it. That just
Yeah.
shows there's a connection with it.
Well,
Okay.
the most I could say based on some of the information that you are telling me is, well, we all know that if it's to do with the blood and people that are on cancer and they need to take that, they're basically trying to get more oxygen in their blood. Yeah, and you also need electrolyte. Electrolyte basically is the reaction that happens inside your body. Just like how your brain sends off small electrical signals, it still sends off a signal. If you have low electrolyte in your system, your immune system will break down and you will actually get sicker quite faster. So from what I'm gathering from what you're saying is the iodine is basically putting again iron in your blood, which you need because your blood has a lot of iron in it, and it's also helping oxidize it and give it probably more electrolyte. That's the only thing I could probably say if I was to give a rough idea based on what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, I don't, like I said, I'm not a chemist in it, but I remember like years ago that they said iodine or iodine, however anybody wants to say it. It definitely helps to protect your body against radiation, like it gets rid of it or it protects it against it, definitely. But
Yeah,
again,
radiation is killing off the oxygen and the iron in your blood,
so it brings
basically.
it back, yeah. So it ionizes it back, yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously, there's obviously foods that you can eat, and it does say seaweed, dairy, tuna, shrimps, and eggs. But because I'm a vegetarian, I don't eat any of those things. So I eat seaweed.
But you can get it from other veg as well. You don't
Yeah, you can get
particularly
it
have
from
to eat
spinach.
it.
I think you can get it from spinach and things like that.
You,
They're
you know,
high,
most
yeah.
people get a misconception of meat is supposed to give you more. No, it's just that
But
meat
none
is
of
easier to
the foods are
process
meat.
at any time of the year,
None of the
and
foods are meat. None of the foods are meat that I mentioned there. They're all like fishy kind of eggs.
yeah, no. What but I'm basically trying to explain that meats basically you can get any time of the year, whereas vegetables only grow certain periods of the year unless you're importing it in.
But
Um,
seaweeds always.
so we spend a lot of time thinking that eating meat it is a good supplement for certain things you don't have when you can just eat normal fruit and veg
Oh yeah.
and get the same things. Sometimes you actually get it more, but it depends on how you process the food.
Look, if anyone's trying to give up meat and they're finding it hard, just go to a butcher's and see look at the meat, smell it, just smell the blood and the disgust of it. And what they're doing as well, they're actually cutting cancer out of meat and still selling it. That's what they're doing. The butchers are cutting the meat, seeing the cancer in it, and cutting away. Don't tell me that they're not going to come across animals that haven't got that have got cancer in it, but they've spent their money and they're going to cut out the cancer out of it and sell it to you, mate. Hello? Hello?
Sorry, I'm still here. I just had to mute on a sec. I'm around more other people, so you probably won't hear me very clearly at the moment.
Yeah, that sounded pretty gruesome.
No, I'm only.
And all of that.
I've only just got in not that long ago. I still have to eat. I am human like everyone else.
No, you're not. You're
So, you know, hence why I've been very busy and on the go. I am trying to help with keeping in contact and sharing the information, but again, I am a busy person.
All right.
I just want to go through a couple of the comments before we continue forward. Out to Muslim Minds, he's been leaving loads of comments. He said, you can find these metals in things like deodorant and food, etc. That lead in deodorant cause cancer as well.
But lead, sorry, Dr. Stop me, Shiffa. Moving on, lead can also protect you against radiation. Lead. Moving on.
I've heard that. But he also said, look into what the sweetener they've replaced with the sugar in your Coca-Cola drinks, Pepsi, etc. This sweetener they've replaced the sugar with also triple the reaction to cancer cells.
Talk about aspartame and acesulfate and all of them.
Irish sea moss is great, but hard to source. We did see that one before, didn't we? Artificial sweeteners have been scrutinized intensely for decades. Critics of artificial sweeteners say that they cause a variety of health problems, including cancer. That's largely because of study.
Let me tell you something about that, right? So with the sweeteners, what they do as well, what you'll find, because I don't drink any of them drinks, I drink water all the time. I don't drink soft drinks or anything. Sometimes I might fancy a soft drink and I might buy a good high grade fruit juice. But what they're doing they're putting it in all these drinks that say working class people will buy. Yeah. So all the Pepsis, all the Cokes and all of that. But you'll find some drinks, the drinks that won't have them in, like my drink when I have a strong drink is gin and tonic, yeah. I have to buy Fever Tree, I have to buy a special one, and I have to look at it, and it's up to this day, it still hasn't got aspartame in it. But you go to everything on the shelf, aspartame, acesulfate, aspartame, saccharin, some sort of fake sugar, yeah, and it's disgusting. As soon as I taste anything, like someone might say, "Oh, taste this," and I'm straight away, I'm like, "No, that's got it in. I can taste it straight away." So any soft drink that you're drinking, it's gonna have it in, because they're trying to kill out your brain cells, and that's what it does. It kills out your brain cells as well.
Okay.
A lot of people might not know that, but stop any drink that says artificial sweeteners. Run to the hills.
So is that just the fizzy drinks, or is that the juice drinks?
All of them. And if it's not in the juice drinks, that's just packed with sugar. That's just anything over sugar is cancerous anyway. So you're best off just bloody drinking water or finding a high grade dilute drink. If you're going to dilute it, and then get carbonated water, and then put your carbonated water into your dilute drink, you've got a little fizzy drink going on.
Because the problem becomes, what's the best way for me to explain this?
Look what Michael and Mine says, and I can vouch on the cancer cutting butchers. You flicked it back.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you can count on the because he worked alongside the meat industry for a few years. See? That's disgusting, man. And then you wonder why human beings got so much cancer. They're eating cancer.
We can find the same values from meat in fungi. I'm confused.
Yeah, mushrooms.
Okay, I got you. Like you got those things. What's that thing now? The corn.
Yeah,
All
and
of
all
that.
that kind of things. But you see, they're made from a lot of them are soya based and things like that. Men have to be careful because they will feminize men with soya. I mean, do you know what I mean? You'll feminize a man with soya because it's estrogen based.
Out to Desiree Carmi, she said, "We've all seen the birds in the UK dropping dead out of our skies. It made me want to research some way of getting organite crystal onto my cat's collar."
Yeah, just buy a bit and put it on it. It's true. Just
Uh,
buy a piece, and you can go into all these crystal shops the same way they've wrapped it with the copper. Just go in the shop and ask them. And also, when people are wearing these things, it's not supposed to be worn outside the body. It's supposed to be worn on the body because it has to connect with your body. So it's not something to pose with when you go out. Yeah, I've got my shrinkite, I've got my organite. It's supposed
yeah.
to stay on your body, so under your t-shirt, under your whatever, you know.
Okay. So it's not like fashion jewelry kind of thing.
Nah. I mean, it looks fashionable. It looks nice. I mean, if you've got it on choker side of things, where you can definitely be on your neck,
Mm-hmm.
then you know, and you've got a V-neck or a V-neck t-shirt, and then it's still on your neck. That's cool. But yeah, if you've got a t-shirt that's around a crew neck collar, and you just want to say, "No, man, I want to show," it's not one of them things.
So just touching back on what you said before, because I think the problem that some of us are going to run into, at least with the food and everything, nothing's good for us nowadays, because the same
Mm,
way, for instance, you're telling us about the meat and the butchers and what they're doing, it's like you hear these stories about the vegetables and the fruits and what they're doing to them. They don't have seeds anymore.
mhm,
What's the
mhm.
implications of that?
Anything that doesn't have seed, you know, it's GM. Come on.
So if nothing's real food anymore, then what are the real implications? Because
You
when
have
we're
to grow
talking
your own.
organic,
You have to grow your own. Grow your own.
that is the only organic though, really. When we're saying organic, that is the only one when you grown it yourself, because you still don't
Grow your own, mate. Grow your own carrots. Carrots grow quickly. Tomatoes, spinach. If you've got a garden, any little part of your garden, just start growing.
we're saying this year.
Now's the
Carrots do
time.
grow
Grow a
quickly,
couple of
they do.
seeds.
But my question will be this: do carrots grow quickly in England?
Yep, that's the right climate.
You sure?
You've got the best carrots in England. It's wet and damp. Carrots like water.
But I've heard that the carrots in England aren't even real carrots.
Probably not, because don't you see they're different? They're weird. When I used to cut a carrot, it used to fall apart from the middle bit. They're weird. I eat a lot of carrots, but I don't eat them funky now. When I started seeing how you cut them and they're a bit weird, I said, nah, I'm buying organic. They're weird.
See, what I heard about the carrots was that the carrots was originally purple,
Listen,
and they're not supposed to be orange. They're supposed to be purple originally.
listen, J Prophet saying that. Yeah, listen. To tell the truth, there's a lot of foods that are GM that we don't even realize. Like they're not original foods. They're genetically modified, and I'm sure carrot was one of them. I think broccoli's one of them. They're not pure foods, so a lot of them were matched with this or mixed with something to become a carrot or to. Do you understand what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
think
definitely.
software knows anything about that. But if we go back to pure foods, back in the day, there was nothing called broccoli. Didn't know nothing. But when you was little, when I was growing up, broccoli weren't around, mate. And then gradually it became into the diet like this thing, broccoli. It's not a real food.
See, the problem is, yeah, in a world where nothing's good for you, everything's bad for you. You can't eat nothing. The air's bad. The water's bad. The drinks are bad.
Mhm.
It's like the odds are stacked against us, man.
Yeah.
It's like this world wants us in the ground,
Mhm.
you know. But obviously, I take everything with a pinch of salt. I'll be honest. Like, I'm not the biggest meat freak, but I like a bit of chicken. I like a bit of fish too. I could probably be a pescatarian on the trial period, but I do eat a bit of beef now and then as well. Like, I'll mix it up. Like, once a year, I might eat some lamb or something. I don't
That's
really.
not
I'm not a
bad.
fan of pork. I'm not a fan of the pork, but obviously, the fact that, you know, our digestive systems clearly, because of the way we have to, digest food, we shouldn't really eat meat anyway. Basically, is long story short of what I'm trying to
Mhm.
say.
Mhm.
We shouldn't really. The less we eat meat, the less I personally eat meat. I feel that I can feel within myself that my body's healthier.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm carrying an extra weight around with me. I think when you eat a lot of meat, that it kind of gives you that feeling like you're carrying a lot of weight around with you.
Mhm.
I like what Muslim Mind said though as well. He said, growing organic, you also need clean soil. Just because we grow vegetables at home, it's not always organic because the ground
Oh
we
yeah, you have to treat the
properly.
soil. Yeah, you have to treat the soil. You definitely have to treat the soil, and and that's to do with the pH value of the soil. Organic soil is the pH levels.
Yeah. He also said you can make your own water supply, dig a hole 40 feet deep, and create your own well with a pump. There are how-to videos on YouTube. I don't know if that's going to be what's the word? I don't know if you'll get planning permission from the council.
Ah,
Let's be honest, but at the end of the day,
you'll be so lucky, man.
I suppose you can, mate. What was that Jay Prophet said? Jay Prophet said Roman soldiers were vegetarians. Okay, interesting. I'm struggling with that one because from what I know of Romans love a bit of beef and steak and all of that. They like it rare. Muslim Mind said our our teeth weren't designed to eat meat,
Mhm.
nor was our organs.
Mhm.
So, obviously this information is widely available. Like, for instance, when we're talking about the proteins and stuff and getting certain minerals and whatever else, you'll find that within the family of fruits, nuts, and vegetables, all of the proteins exist within those families, all
Mhm.
the ones your body really needs. Because you look at like, for instance, a gorilla, then you look at a gorilla or a monkey. Now these little monkeys are strong, they are solid little creatures, yeah. And the gorilla, he's a solid unit, and they get by just fine eating fruits, nuts,
Mhm.
vegetables. Like, literally, they get by just fine just doing that. They didn't need to
Well,
eat.
look at, yeah. I mean, even down to a big 10-ton gorilla.
That's right. Elephant. And then man
You
there,
know what I mean? They don't eat meat.
it's true. When you put it like that, the thing is, yeah, it's difficult. It's like, how can I? The only way I could explain it, yeah, it's like telling a crack addict stop smoking crack today, right now. It's gonna be
But you
hard.
do it gradually. You do it gradually. You take one at a time. When I stopped eating flesh, I call it, I basically stopped eating like red meat first. You know what I mean? I stopped eating red meat first. Now, first of all, the first meat that I stopped eating was pork, and then from that, I stopped eating red meat, and then from that, I stopped eating chicken, and then from that, I stopped eating fish.
So your a full-on vegan?
No, I'm a vegetarian because I don't eat cheese. But you know, I might sway a bit if someone comes up with a kind of yogurt ice cream or a yogurt ice cream, or you know what I mean. Like,
Okay, I've got you.
so I'm a vegetarian in the sense that I don't eat flesh.
Yeah, you
I
don't eat.
don't eat cheese. I
Yeah,
don't eat eggs. I don't drink milk. I don't. Do you know what I mean? But like I say, if I fancy a freaking ice cream, I'm gonna have it. But that doesn't even agree with me.
I hear you still. I hear you. So is that because of religious reasons or just personal?
What's that?
The reason why you're
Oh
vegetarian?
no, I just thought my thing was the way how they're killing the animals and the way how the animals are living. We're eating stressed meat, and that
Yeah,
was always my thing. You know, I just always thought of them dying in a stressful state and me taking that on, and I thought that's not a good look, you know.
yeah.
It's some stressed out, dead up meat, nah. And I just thought spiritually it didn't feel right.
No, I definitely get where you're coming from because when you go to different places as well, when you really eat organic as well, the food tastes different.
And the animals are treated better, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the food tastes different. Like I remember when I was young, going to Jamaica and
Right,
chicken in a little restaurant, and you see that chicken, the way that chicken did sweet me.
fresh,
I ain't had chicken sweet me like when I was in Jamaica.
fresh.
I've not had chicken sweet me like that. Like
Uh,
I've not.
and remember, obviously, we didn't know about. They didn't tell you nothing about organic. That's what they're talking about. Organic, where the animals can run freely. They're eating off fertilized grass. You
Yeah,
know, there's no. The grass is. I mean, the grass is organic. The food, everything's organic. It's not fertilized grass. They're running free. So they call it that. People used to get mixed up between free range and organic. Free range just means that they're allowed to run around. It doesn't mean they're not getting too little drook up here and there.
well, you see them in the countryside, like the pheasants and that. You see the pheasants running around, and like, they're not chickens, they're pheasants, but they
Yeah,
look like chicken. But I get where you're coming from. Like, obviously, depending on how the animal's fed, trained, and watered, and its living conditions, it's
yeah,
gonna
man.
grow differently. He's gonna be have a different stature to
Yeah,
chicken that's
it's,
just
it,
sat down
it- it's
in the
how
factory.
because remember even what software was talking about the adrenaline in your blood when you're gonna die, the fear and all of that. It's only good like if you're gonna if you're gonna kill a food there and then, it's better to eat it there and then because all of that blood it turns almost toxic. It's toxin. Do you know what I mean? So what we end up eating is quite it's not good for us, you know, because we're not eating the meat fresh. It's there with the stale blood inside of it, sat there. It's terrible when you think of it, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
it is. It
actually
is.
terrible when you think of it. And when you think of how a butcher smells of stale blood, it's disgusting.
Well, if you think like we're a nation of people, who keep a lot of animals as pets, and at the same time are eating animals at the table.
That's
So,
right.
it is a bit of a double standard there. I would struggle. I know I would struggle in it. When I go to Domino's Pizza, I like a bit of chicken on my pizza or some beef
Yeah.
or some, I don't know. When I go and I eat, if I'm going to eat food today now and I'm going to cook something, the first thing that's going to probably come to mind is some type of chicken or something. I might have a tuna. I don't know. I do like to mix it up, but there's a lot of meat in my diet, and then replacing that is going to be difficult because you know, um, for instance, like even just like buying nowadays, you go into the Tesco's or wherever, and you want to buy just one lime.
Mm,
The price is like it's tripled. Everything's tripled. They want
hmm
to break your arm and your leg for you to eat proper.
That's what I'm saying. and all the good stuff that's good for people like blueberries, raspberries, strawberries. They're very expensive. So if you're going to say you're making a smoothie every day with these things, you're going to be spending quite a bit of money, but aren't you worth it?
It obviously, yeah, it's got to be worth it in the sense of keeping yourself alive. In another sense, though, depending on your financial circumstances, not everyone can afford to live that life of luxury right now. Let's be honest. So we got to make do. And obviously, like, I get where you're coming from in the sense of if you can do it, because you're saving your health. What
Right, because
price can
your
you put on
wealth,
your
your
health?
wealth is nothing without your health.
That's it. What price can you put on your health? You can put no price on your health, but then
There you go.
for the people out there, like, don't feel pressure. That's all I'm saying, and like, do what you can do in it. Try and do a little bit more than what you do. Don't overdo it.
Do you know
Like,
what I would say, Shiffa? I would say have a good breakfast or a good have two like strong meals like your normal meals that you have, but whatever one meal you have, make sure you have like some fruit based or vegetables added to every single meal, whether
yeah,
it's organic or not. Scrub your vegetables before you eat them, so that any pesticides that are on them, you can scrub them off. You know, um, use Himalayan salt, because
yeah,
that's quite a good cleansing salt that can take away any sort of like mess they've got in the, because obviously everybody can't afford organic stuff, but you're better off going to your grocery store than to go to Tesco's, because them things usually come in from you know other countries that maybe not use as they're not as stringent with the pesticides. Some of
yeah,
their stuff might even be coming from little farms that they know, and they're saying, "Yeah, I've got a shop. You can send your stuff over to me." Do you know what I mean? They're not so, I don't know, harsh on the GM,
yeah,
maybe, because I know when I used to go to them kind of stores, you can get the big proper grapes with the
yeah.
seeds in them. They're the only place you can get them, in the little grocery stores. The full round proper grapes, not the seedless ones.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense trying, to do a little bit more than what we do. But obviously, like we said, not everyone can afford it. So, don't feel pressured, but a small change can lead to a big change. And at the end of the
Yeah,
day, our
that's what I said.
circumstances can change as well. So don't think that whatever circumstance you're in now is going to be forever. Because you know, some people literally just live on like the edge.
I know, man. I know, and that's what I'm saying. Just do yourself a favor, because at the end of the day, yeah, bread and all those carbohydrates, they're good because they can pack you up and make you feel sort of like less hungry. But I would say get things like porridge oats, get a
Yeah,
big box of porridge oats, because that sort of like diffuses through your body throughout the day. You feel less hungry. You can actually drop fruits in your porridge oats as well. Get some nuts. You can just get some normal nuts, bash them up, sprinkle them on there. Do you know what I mean? Things like peanut butter, they're good for you, your proteins and things. Just avocado, pears. You could just have one a week even. Treat yourself. Instead of buying stupid like sweets and things.
this is definitely you mothering the panel right now, and I'm appreciating it. So thank you for all of your great advice as well. Like, because sometimes it's good to hear someone else say it. For someone at home, they might be a bit young. Maybe it's their mum saying it all the time, and they
Yeah,
don't hear enough other people say it.
yeah.
Like, I'm a very budgeted person. Like, everything's got to be in the budget. So I see you organic shoppers out there, and I see these expensive shopping lists, and I'm just like,
Hi.
yeah. I'm just like, I'll be watching this organic shopping guy, and I'll be like, yeah, you're expensive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is expensive, but you know what? You
Yes.
feel good because you know that your body's going to feel good.
I hear you still, but I just think that at the end of the day, your body's gonna feel good, your bank balance ain't gonna feel as great, but I understand where you're going with it.
Sacrifice other things for it, though. You sacrifice other things that you don't need.
That's
Do you know what I mean? You sacrifice other things. So you say, all right, I'm gonna buy organic food. That means I'm not gonna do this. You know, I live by myself. I don't have any young children, so I don't necessarily have to sacrifice anything because I'm fortunate that my
But you've
daughter's
already
home.
sacrificed something in essence, though, because you're not eating the meat. So because you're not eating the meat,
Right,
that's gonna balance it out somewhat already.
right, definitely.
Do you feel me? So you're budgeted strictly for certain types of food because you know what you're eating for your
You
dinner.
have to nourish me.
So that's not in your budget no more. But then obviously for the ones of us that do eat meat, that's trying to add things to our budget, that's when you're looking at around in the shopping center. It's like, you know what? I remember I was in there, I bought some pineapples, I bought some grapefruits, I bought a couple lemons and limes and stuff like to make up some juices and that. And it was like, I'm looking at the price of these limes, how they gone up. I said, whoa, let me just slow down here. Because you see, this is shopping here today. This shopping here today due to hit triple figures, baby.
Which shop was you in?
I was in, what was I think I might have been in Asda or something, either Asda or Tesco's.
Asda. Wow, they're usually cheap.
Yeah. And the thing is, you're saying they're cheap, but they're not cheap. It's how much are you buying, isn't it? And then,
Lidl's, mate. Or Aldi.
This is better, and Aldi's. But then right now, where everyone's bulk buying and doing foolishness, it was like, you know what? We need to make sure that we're looked after over here too. So we're gonna buy some stuff, you know, and buying some stuff turned into almost triple figures in like moments. That's what happens. I'm telling you guys.
Have you got children?
Not living with me, so you know, obviously, I didn't really need to go that hard, but you know, like little things, they cost a lot. You don't even realize, like, by the time you buy a couple of boxes of juice, you bought 2 boxes of cereal.
Oh, yeah. And it does feel like it's gone up because I had my grandchildren for a week, and I'll tell you what, mate, I spent nearly £200 just for the week.
Yeah, the price just run up through the roof. I said, hold on.
I couldn't believe it. Every minute I was going shopping, every minute I was going down the road to get this and do big shopping, big this, big. I was like thinking, what?
Listen,
and that was in Sainsbury's.
Listen, by the time I said, hold on, let me do some stocking up and buy two extra packs of tuna and two extra bits and bobs. And then I said, hold on, let me go Iceland and fill up the freezer. I said, well, we've done triple figures, like easily. Do you know, like that? Easily.
Yeah. And see me, I don't do freezer food. The most I might get is maybe a Linda McCartney veg sausages, to be fair. But I don't do freezer food.
I hear you. But when you're eating like vegan and, you know, organic and vegetarian stuff, like, I suppose you don't want it frozen because once you unfreeze certain things, they don't taste the same again.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, it's not like, I'm like that with my vegetables anyway. Like, I don't mind, like, you know, like you get the mixed vegetables in the packet and you cook them and
you curry them down and things.
You steam them down back and they taste all right. But not everything can save like that. Not everything can be
can't
rejuvenated in the same way.
Yeah, it's true. It's like,
yeah, I shouldn't laugh, but it's very true what you're saying with the packet foods, and this is where it becomes expensive because, you know, what I've noticed is.
But then packet foods ain't giving you no nourishment.
Yeah,
if your body's nourished, it won't actually get hungry. And a lot of people think, okay, if I stuff up, you got to eat to nourish, not eat to fill yourself. You know what I mean?
Well, I've kind of come to the conclusion, if I'm gonna go organic and I'm gonna go vegan or vegetarian, anything along the lines of those titles, then technically I'm gonna have to shop every day because I'm not gonna want to eat the old one. I'm gonna want the new one.
Trust me, that's what I do. When you hear me saying going every minute, I'm going to the shops. That's how I do it. Every other day, I go to the shop. I don't like packing up my fridge with stuff that I'm not going to use.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I like to use it. Every other day, I go to the shop and top up and say, all right, that's good. I need that. I can use that over the next 2 days. then I go back and I've never done. I used to do all that bulk buying. I used to waste so much food.
No, it's true. It's true though. But like, obviously, when you buy meat and stuff and you buy frozen stuff, like those ones, they can stay in the freezer a bit longer. But I don't even like leaving them kind of things in the freezer. I prefer to like, even if I'm gonna buy a chicken or something, I prefer to cook it on the day. Like buy it the day, cook it or buy it the day before. At most, I'm not really trying to like keep them things in the fridge and keep them because the even the dates they're putting on them. I don't know how we trust these dates. I don't really trust the date. I'll be honest. I don't trust the date.
What, the date on what?
On nothing, like the sell by dates. Like when you buy the stuff in the packaging, yeah, and it says it goes off on let's say today's May the 1st, it goes off on May the 15th. When it gets to like the 13th, I'm getting cautious with that one. I'm pushing that one side. I said, hold on, let me just give this to someone.
Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I bought these grapes, so-called grapes, from I think it was either Tesco's or Sainsbury's. And when I left it in the fridge for a couple of days, and then I said, "Oh, I'm not going to eat them." But then I thought, shouldn't have changed. Trust me, I've done an experiment. I wish I really took it out. I just got a bit fed up and threw them away. I was waiting for the grapes to go off for about a month.
Yeah.
They just stayed like the same. That's not normal.
Do you know, like that? And then you start wondering, just like, you have to really check yourself and say, when they put that date on that grape, yeah, because you see what you're saying about the grape. I had some grapes, yeah, and I did leave them for a little bit past the sell by date as well. I'm gonna be honest. And when you said grapes, it's just pricked up a memory in my mind, and I've drawn these grapes out of the fridge. Now, I'll be honest. The grapes did not look rundown. It didn't look like they was like wilting, like what's the word? Withering. That's it. Whatever it is. Yeah. They was strong. They were still pulse like.
Yeah.
Like I could still hold them firm in my hand. I put one in my mouth. And it still tasted like the same grape. It didn't taste no different.
Right.
Really. I'll be honest. It tasted a bit like, I don't know. It tasted a bit watery.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain that.
Because how they put it together is through a lot of water. They pump things up a bit with water as well, these GM freaks. So what was happening? The water started to reside and come away from the flesh part of it, and probably started to sort of like get mushy like.
Yeah. Yeah, nice. I don't know what they're doing with these grapes, but I found that to be very peculiar.
I think it's weird, man.
Yeah, I was very weirded out by it. Like I ate a few of them. I ended up chucking them in a bin, I'll be honest. Like I was gonna give them to the birds, but I thought, well, that's a bit cruel, innit? If I don't want to eat them,
yeah,
I'm worried, innit? Like
it might hurt the birds. It's true.
No, I left
mine on my kitchen table. I left mine on my kitchen table for weeks, and it just did not change. In the end, I was like, you know what, sod you lot. Oh man.
I'll be honest, I've not eaten a grape since, I've
See
not
what
eaten
I mean?
because the way those grapes, the way that, like I said, this thing is gone past sell by date. Like I'm holding this thing. It's supposed to be withering. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be naturally deteriorating, isn't it? Like I don't know what the word is. Decomposing. That's it. It's decomposing, but it's not decomposing. It's still thick, strong, like it was a brand new grape. Like I just plucked him. Nah, it don't make no sense. Like so, some of these things, like I think, like at the end of the day, just eat what you can eat, man. At the end of the day, you gotta stay alive, man. Eat what you feel is you're comfortable with, is what I say to people. By saying speed, be mindful that some things can be very unhealthy. So if something is healthy, then maybe we should be applying a bit of logic there and saying, well, that's healthy, so maybe I should try that, because if I like it, then I can add it. If I don't like it, then maybe I'm not gonna directly add it, but I can at least try it out a few
Yeah,
times every
yeah,
now and then. I can try it,
yeah.
but I think sometimes if we get stuck in the behavior of not trying things, then we're only stuck with what we've already got, and we're not guarding ourselves against the enemy we don't know yet. That's all it is. Like, at the end of the day, you never know when that shungite was gonna come in handy. If
Exactly.
we've been on the phone, just chatting on the phone, maybe the case that I got from my phone should have been made out of shungite.
They did have attachments of it for your phone, like these little stickers made of.
Yeah, I see it. I see the thing on there, like little stones that they stick on the phone.
Yeah,
But I'm saying maybe the whole case should be made out of shungite. Maybe
absolutely.
the things that they should be doing with these. But obviously, if the material, if there's not enough to go around for the whole world, then or maybe there is. Maybe they're waiting for the right moment in it to just launch that on us. They're gonna hit us with the shungite phone. Bang! We want $2,000 a phone. Like that? Who knows what they're planning? Who knows what's going on in the people who own these companies' minds? But that could definitely be a thing, because at the end of the day, if that phone is protecting people from radiation when they're using it, like you said, people ain't gonna put a price on their health, are they? They're just gonna pay. They pay for the iPhone. I think that in itself, should kind of highlight where we are with things right now as people. People will pay like £1,000 for a phone, more. So what's to say that that's not going to be the next thing? Apple shungite, $2,000 in the box with the charger. Yeah, let me just go back through some of these comments quickly before I jump out of here, because we're about to lock off shortly. You lot, we've gone slightly over the time, but big up everyone for joining the chat room today. Muslim Mind said, if you get a postman or a lady to deliver mail to a box you place on some land, and you receive your mail there for over 3 years, you can then claim this land. We also have these rights for squatters. Okay,
Oh,
different information. You just need good relationship with the postman or lady. We've practiced this method, grow up as we was moved from place to place.
mm.
Organic clam to your producers have to face 10 to 13-year program.
Yeah, for testing it to say that it can be organic. Yeah,
What's
what they're
explain it to me,
saying.
that?
But we know, like places like you say, Jamaica and that, they're not using like a lot. Well, I know my granddad when he used to do his foods and that. He weren't using first fertilizers and things. So the land that they have over there are not easy, are not really hard to be deemed as organic anyway. And they want to talk about, they can go and test the land, because at the end of the day, they want to say face 10 to 13-year program. They're just bastards because they don't want people to grow. So these are the things, the stops that they're putting on it.
Yeah, but this is the reason why, you see people going into other countries, digging up land, taking soil, and going back to their country because
Yeah.
they want organic food. So obviously there are properties in the soil. Being in England, the soil is going to be a lot different. Obviously to somewhere like Jamaica, the soil is going to be quite rich.
It is.
Wild. You don't really have to do a lot to maintain it. It literally will just grow
Exactly.
wild.
Exactly. You can throw a seed and you go back there in a month's time and you'll see something growing.
Yeah, but obviously in England it's not really the same. So, things might be a little bit more difficult. And, that's maybe where the whole GM thing has come into play, into practice, because at the end of the day, there's only so much they can do on this island. You know, if you don't need to cook if you don't need to cook it, it's healthy to eat, i.e., fruits, nuts, and vegetables. Yeah, definitely would
Yeah.
agree to that. Like we said, you know, looking at primates, you know, they eat a lot of vegetables, fruits, and nuts, and they're
Exactly.
just
And they're fine. They're
fine.
fine. Like I said, the big old gorilla
Yeah, they're doing just fine. You're right.
in them trunk. Make them one of them give you one. They don't even have to, they just put their hand on you and you feel like they're gonna drop down. They don't even have to thump you.
He said, "We lived on this planet thousands of years prior before we had the flame to cook." And I'm going to
Exactly.
say that that I don't know that that's true. I don't know that piece of
It's
information.
true because and when they used to even when you
I'm not
see
going to
like
say it's untrue because
because
at
there
the
were different ages, but there were different ages. So there was the ice age, there was this age. You know, you done it in school. The ice age, they're all different
all I
ages.
would say is this: at the end of the day, you know, we know that people can survive eating fruit and vegetables. You know, those
Exactly.
people lived in a place that was, you know, thriving in fruit and vegetables. Why would they need to eat meat? They wouldn't need to. They would have
Exactly. And
just
people get it mixed up when they say that, you know, the caveman went out there to get food and forage food and you know, they think that they went out there and dragged the meat. Not all of the ages were like that. And like they say, there wasn't fire. Some you know, they had to realize that they could light a flint. You know, what did they do? Eat the meat raw? No, they didn't.
Well, the thing is now, yeah, even with all of this caveman stuff, like, you know, I find a lot of this information to be quite dubious. Like, at the end of the day, you know, when we talk about caves, you know, some of these caves aren't necessarily caves. Some of them are caverns, you know,
Yeah,
and a cavern
yeah,
is a lot sophisticated than a cave.
yeah,
So
yeah. But
when
you
we
know what I mean? That back in ages of man. Because I
yeah,
don't believe in evolution.
see, when you say ages of man, like, at the end of the day, we only know the age that we're in. We don't know the previous age. So whatever they tell us is whatever they tell us. But that's
Well, do you
what
believe in evolution?
no, I wouldn't say I subscribe to evolution, but I subscribe to, at the end of the day, we only know what we know in it. Anything could be anything.
It's
You know,
true.
you see the same way, like in this day and age, right now, anyone could think of an idea right now, and someone else is doing that idea right now. You know, some guys thinking up a game that
That's
he
the damn truth.
play, and someone else is in another part of the world making that exact game.
Mate,
Good.
listen, I remember once I thought up this invention, yeah. I thought I had it. I thought, yes, I was rubbing my hands together like dollar signs were coming out of it. When I started looking at the pattern and think, sure, I might as well forget it. You know what I mean? There's people out there doing it long time.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, you shouldn't be deterred because, you know, we all got to find our talent and find what we're good at doing, you know. So,
No, but I'm just saying that particular idea, I thought, yeah, I'm onto a winner here. I'm the first who's thought of it. But
yeah,
when you look deep into the archives of the
yeah.
different patterns and the different, well, hello.
Yeah, but I think people have been like this for decades. Like, at the end of the day, you know, it's all well and good us sitting here in our house or flat or wherever we are in the UK today, you know, talking about how great the day is, you know, when we don't know yesterday, you know, and the ones who know yesterday, for instance, when we talk to our grandparents or, you know, the people from the yesterday that's close to us,
Yeah,
yeah, they're going to tell you how great yesterday was.
yeah.
You know, they're going to tell you how unsophisticated today is.
Well,
Coming from.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel like that now. So if I look at it from my point of view, the way how things are today, there are things that are benefits and there are things that are disadvantaged. Do you know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
advantages and disadvantages. It's like there were advantages and disadvantages back there, but I think what people need to do is just take like the best things that work for you I mean, we know everyone's living in a fast life, fast paced. That's why it's come to 5G, 10G, because everybody wants their browser to load up quicker. Nobody's got patience anymore, you know. But back in the day, you didn't have broadband, you didn't have all of these things. But a lot of the children nowadays, they're born into all of this. But we weren't, back in my day, we weren't born into broadband. We weren't born into smart TVs. We used our imagination more. We played more games as brothers and sisters together more. Do you know what I mean? The whole family would sit down. There would be no tablet or mobile phones in between us, blocking the communication. You know, if you think of a family sitting down, you get to know each other more. You have laughs with your brothers and sisters.
Yeah, no, definitely, man. I just think that at the end of the day, you know,
And if you can think of sitting in a room with all, if you haven't got brothers and sisters, but sitting in a room with all your mates, no one's got a mobile phone, no one's got a laptop, no one's got, but you're all just interacting, busting jokes.
yeah, but you got to look at it like this now, yeah. Everyone's got their own generation, innit? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You lot think that that's the deal, or maybe the younger generation might think that that's the deal, but they haven't experienced it. Now I've experienced both. Remember?
Yeah, so then the point
Because
I'm
I'm
gonna
old enough to span right across both generations. And
right,
if you're speaking honestly on a serious level, I prefer the way how I grew up.
but then here what I'm gonna say to you now, yeah. Obviously, the generation that's growing up right now, that's literally just left college or just
Hmm.
left school and they just turned 18, and you know what, coronavirus hit. Okay, you ain't going nowhere. Like it might not be so great for them right now, but you know, for the year before, they was living the life. That was their time, innit? Like I just think at the end of the day, you know, with all this growing technology and stuff, like for instance, even just jumping on this show, you know, if I was to ask my nan to jump on this show, it's going to be a problem. She don't know how to operate all of these things. She's not really good with even just Facebook. That's hard enough. All right, leave her with Facebook. She can do that one. This one might get difficult. Maybe I would try and show her and let her jump on one day, you know, just for a laugh. But same,
It would be good to let her tell us
yeah.
things.
And but not everyone's nan's going to be able to tune in because not everyone's nan's even got a phone with a camera in it. Do you know?
Yeah.
So when we put things in perspective now, they don't understand the technology. They're not used to it. It's not something they're set.
Well, that's why, yeah, you're right. And that's why I try to get my mum, like, to keep my mum up to date with it, show her how to do things. Do you know what I mean? She's got a smartphone, only because, you know, you want her to keep up to date with things, not to get left behind.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. But then in the same respect, though, like you said, you know, there's certain qualities they had and you had in your generation that we are missing in this generation.
Yeah, and they're never going to get it back.
All right. So it's about accumulating information and being able to, you know, like you said, pick the best parts out. And then, you know, we can only go so far back in history. So the rest of it, we don't really know. They could have been living better than us.
You know, games like Knockdown Ginger.
Yeah, I remember Knock Down Ginger. You got to knock on someone's door and run away.
Yeah, exciting.
Yeah, man's heart's beating.
You know what I mean?
Listen, I gonna knocked on this woman's door. Like, I didn't even listen. I knocked on the wrong door, yeah. So my cousins told me go out to the third floor, knock this woman's door. Yeah, big dog in it because we wanted to get the dog to chase us in it. Like,
Yeah.
so I've gone upstairs and I'm supposed to knock this white woman's door to make the dog chase us, and I've knocked the wrong door. It's the Somali woman's door. The Somali woman
Wow.
right now. Hey,
Holla,
listen.
holla.
She come chasing us through the blocks. I was gone. I was missing.
Nah. You see what I'm saying? Running.
It was
And she's running after you.
yeah, she was chasing us. Like my cousin was holding the lift, and then one person got left behind, had to run down the stairs,
Yeah, you see?
and she
Exciting.
to the bottom of the stairs. You know, I said, "Nah, bust the door. We're gone."
How exciting.
Hey, listen, them days there, you know.
Healthier. We were healthier. We used
Yeah.
to do more athletics in school. You used to have sports days where you go to the athletic. Do you know what I mean?
We used to play runouts. Man, stand
Run
on the other
out,
side of the wall.
right?
If you make it to the other side of the wall without none of us like putting
Right.
you're cool, innit?
Now you're talking.
You grab hold of you, that's it. You're out. It's runouts.
Tag, straight up tag.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Which was like that old school runouts. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember that. Like we used to just you say you're it, innit? That's it. You're it.
Yeah, yeah.
But you're right though. Them games there will make your heart beat differently. Your heart was
and healthy. And you're healthy when you're going out because you're running around. Like, Mom, can I play out? All right, have you done your chores? Have you done your this? Okay, you can play out for a couple hours, but make sure you come back in before dark. You're gone in the summer. You're gone.
Yeah, trust me. Them days there, I couldn't wait to play out. Run off down the park with my mates playing
You
football.
know what I mean? You feel big, you know. And you you're more streetwise.
100%.
And no one can't tell you about you going in no postcode and this postcode and that postcode.
Yeah. Yeah, it's mad. I remember when I was playing out one time, I got chased by someone's dog and I ran all the way home screaming, Mom, Mom.
Yeah.
He chased me all the way home. He just wanted to be friendly. Didn't even...
Yeah.
An attack dog like that. Mom was laughing. Like, she was like, I'm getting you a dog. So my mom got me the dog.
That's good to stop your fear. No, I remember a dog was definitely chasing me. I could literally hear his mouth opening and closing, like the teeth gnashing.
Yeah, now the dog that chased me though, like he didn't look friendly. He was a friendly dog, but he was a big dog in it. So
yeah, nah.
I was gone. I was like on 10 toes. I was hopping things. I popped on top of the bin sheds. The dog just sat there quiet, and I'm like, Mom, there's a dog. He's not moving. And he just wanted to play with my ball, innit? I don't know.
Oh, that's too cute, man.
It's crazy, man.
And I think black people did used to be scared of dogs anyway.
I used to be scared of dogs. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not scared of dogs anymore. So on that note, we're just gonna move on from the scared of dog stuff. Let me deal with some more Muslims comments before we sign out.
Yeah.
If you don't need to cook, oh sorry, you've already done that. We lived on this planet thousands of years prior before we had the flame to cook. God teaches us not to hurt one another for our own satisfaction. So why would we kill our food? Surely this against God's will.
True.
The last feast was bread and wine.
Right.
Of
true. It didn't say
bread and wine of meat was good to eat. Then why wasn't it
eaten?
I'm confused.
He's saying the Last Supper with Jesus was bread and wine. So what if if meat was like a good thing to eat? How come it wasn't on the table with the bread and wine?
I hear that, but then I could still say I could make the same argument and say, well, you know, before the Last Supper, when Jesus was with, you know, the I can't remember the disciples, and remember there was like a load of people gathered, and he fed all the people with the fish and the bread.
Oh yeah, that was on the when he went out to preach. Yeah.
Do you feel where I'm coming from? So I could still bring out that story and say, well, okay, fair enough. That was at the Last Supper, but you know, fish was good enough to eat at that supper. And what was eating at other suppers? And what did Jesus say to his disciples? Jesus told them, really, he said to them, eat what you want to eat, innit? Like, but certain things he wasn't eating. And he made the point of that. And I think that when we like, this is what I think is difficult, like when we get into like biblical or, you know, philosophical and we start talking about food and, you know, certain things that are more trivial to life then, because at the end of the day, what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander. You know, some people like, I don't know, like they're not going to be happy in it, like living without eating their, whatever it is, their pork. Do you know like that? Their bacon sandwich, they like that. That's what they're used to. You know, they like their sausage with their breakfast and their bacon and their toast, and you know, that's what gets them going. I don't understand why that would bother me. You know, that should only bother the person. If they don't like it anymore, then fair enough. But each to their own, innit? But like we said, innit, try and be a bit healthy. Like, you know, think when you're gonna go and eat all of that big bacon and eggs and toast and hash browns, yeah, it's all saucy. Like, maybe think later on in the day, maybe don't eat something so heavy. Then, innit, eat some fruit,
Right.
you
You're
know.
supposed to eat your heaviest food in the morning.
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. What else did Muslim say? Muslim said, oh, he said something else. I saw something else. Desiree Carmi said, I compared a shop at Sainsbury's and Lidl. Lidl was literally half the cost compared to Sainsbury's. I definitely agree with this as well. Like, if you shop
Definitely.
at Lidl's and Aldi's, it's definitely better. You know, recently they've not had the best of stocks because obviously the stocks are getting cleared out fast. But you know, on a normal regular day, yeah,
I wish there was one near me. I just can't be out.
yeah, they're on their job. What else did hold on, someone else said something in there. Moslin said they inject cooked chickens with water, same as cows' ears. They pump water into their bodies. Okay, gross.
Mm-mm.
Very gross. The grape DNA is frozen, so it keeps its structure. The what? Hold on.
Oh, so the grapes. You're talking about the grapes.
All right,
So
I get
the DNA is frozen, so that it keeps its structure.
it's
So
the.
then
All right, do you know what? I'm never eating a grape again.
it's
Um,
thing.
oh, I should have laughed. Big up Muslims. Thanks, Muslims, man. The DNA is frozen. This one would never change.
No, it's true. It's like, like they don't even let it get to puberty because the seeds are what obviously make it go out and make more. So they're stopping it from getting to puberty. Like you could think of it like that.
All right. I'm never eating a grape again. I'm disgusted. Um, Desiree Carmi said there's a thing you can buy to put on your phone to provide protection against 5G. So maybe you can let us know what that is. Maybe tomorrow's show because we're about to close out.
Yeah.
She said blessings also. I think she's already gone. 2 grand to patent in UK, 5 grand worldwide. It's steep. I too had an idea, but like you, patent price put me off. Okay, 2 grand to patent in the UK. Depending on the idea, though, like if it's a really good idea, it might be worth it. So, we should always consider that as well. Chinese exclusion policy of NASA. The US government has prohibited all researchers from the US National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, from working bilaterally with Chinese. Okay. So that must be referring back to what Moslin said earlier when he was saying that the Chinese and the Americans work together at NASA. So big up yourself there again, brother. Citizens affiliated with the Chinese government. Okay, so I've got you. So the Americans aren't allowed to affiliate with the Chinese government, none of the NASA ones, particularly by the sound of things. Desiree Carmi said maybe next time a little chat about Elon Musk, this madman who has put up thousands of satellites into a circle around our Earth. He plans to put up. He plans to put more up to aid 5G. Okay, Elon Musk. I don't know if I like that name, Elon. I don't know why. It just hasn't grown on me. Um, just sounds like elongated or something. I don't know how to even deal with that name. Um, what was the next comment? April 2011, the 112th United States Congress banned NASA from using its funds to host Chinese visitors at NASA's facilities. In October 2013, NASA reserved reversed the ban of Chinese scientists from a hold on from a conference which was met with backlash from US scientists and admitted their mistake in barring individual Chinese nationals who did not represent their government in official. Why was swine of all meats highlighted? Do you know what? We gotta highlight something, man. We can highlight the goat next time. We're gonna highlight the goat. We're gonna highlight the goat, all right? Don't worry, man. You can eat your bacon, man. No one's got a problem with that. When I was a kid, I used to eat a bit of bacon. I'm not gonna lie. Like my mum would just fry up breakfast on a weekend. We didn't know no different with kids in it. You get breakfast, like munching, like loving that. Yeah, tasty. And then one day it was like, I don't know. I think I just tasted that bacon and it was, I think I went to a cafe and I'm used to my one crispy. I can't do with that wiggly one, the rubbery kind of stuff. And it was just like, no, I'm not doing this again. And then it just never happened again. I just stopped from there. Just didn't eat pork again. I don't know. But each to their own, you know. There's many people out there who eat pork. Don't make me stop you. If you're gonna stop, do it of your own accord, of your own free will. You know, I believe anyone who stops eating pork will feel healthier for it. If you stop all the red meats, you'll feel even healthier. Or just like try and keep them to a minimum. Um, what was the other one he put up? I know why it's bad, but why did they single out swine? Well, I think when you say they, I don't know who exactly you're talking about, as in they. I don't know if you're talking about the Muslims, you could be talking about the Christians, you could be talking about the Israelites, you could be talking about the Jews, you could be talking about, well, they're kind of the same thing, but that's another story. Um, yeah, I think when it comes to this pork thing, yeah, at the end of the day, it's a scavenger, you know, so it's not just the pork, it's the shrimp, you know, the prawn, you know, it's the crab, it's anything that is a bottom feeder, basically, for want of better words. But well, there are better words, but I'm not going to say those ones. But yeah, bottom feeders. So you know they eat dead creatures, feces, that kind of stuff. So yeah, we don't really want to be eating scavengers because we don't know what kind of infections and other things the scavengers may pick up. You know, so same way when Annie was talking about, you know, the eating the meat and the meat's been infected, it's had cancers and stuff, and then they cut it out and still feed it to you. You don't want all of that. What was this? Southeast raised, big up yourself. Don't know. Um, I don't eat bacon, never have, never will. I mean, why does the Bible profit prohibit swine out of all meats? Like I said, you know, it's because the pig was seen as unclean and it was seen as an unclean animal. You know, it would just basically eat anything. It will eat, you know, anyone, anything that it can get its mouth on. Um, what else we got here? No pork out here. All right, out to Muslim minds. Great feedback on tonight's show. Thank you, supporters and viewers. One love. Keep wise and sharpen your tools. Yeah, man. Keep your lights burning, people. Like we're about to log off. Like, but I think we can definitely take from tonight's show, you know, a good few bits of information that we can take you know these my bad. Yeah, like I was saying, you know, we definitely took some good information, like with Annie earlier on, with the shungites, the organites, and the stones that can absorb the radiation. We learned a bit about 5G, definitely, in a sense of what it does, what the potential harms are. You know, We learned a bit about the, you know, where the technology is taken from, potentially. We haven't seen anything definitive to know that that definitely is the exact technology, but you know, it's very similar, if nothing else. So, you know, I'd imagine there's definitely parts of it that are, you know, um, replicating the other, that, what is it called? The anti-denial system, the ADS. Um, but yeah, obviously, you know, we've all got our own thoughts and feelings on it. But right now, from what we can see, you know, the thing is able of emitting radio frequencies, you know, at high frequency. It is definitely radioactive. You know, it's sending out microwaves. Microwaves definitely cook things. When looking at the anti-denial system, that's what that does. It cooks people. So if you get too close to it, you start burning. So it makes you move back from it. So they use them for crowd control in the army and things like that. So this is the kind of level of stuff that they're trying to put into the, you know, into the high street. You know, in the wrong hands, it could be deadly. So maybe we should think of it like that. But maybe there's more to it, you know, and maybe the implications for our health are just too risky. Who knows? You know, if you do know and you've got definite answers, you know, maybe you can come back to us at a later date. Um, I get that, but like, if we weren't meant to eat meats, why not prohibit all meats? I'm not sure on that one, GNM Gaming. Like, depending on what we're going by, if we're just going by the like religious books, you know, the only being that can answer that question is God. That's the truth. You gotta find the Most High and start asking questions. You might have to die before you get that answer. That's the truth. I should laugh. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It just, but yeah, let me stop laughing anyway. So you're out to GLM gaming. You might have to die before you get the answer to that one, bro. That's the honest truth. Um, let us know what discussion you would like to have covered. All right. So tomorrow, I'm thinking we might have to cover some AI tomorrow, man. At the end of the day, we done 5G, you know. So a little bit of homework for everyone, you know. If you don't know anything about AI, you know, make sure you do a little bit of AI research for tomorrow because we're going to be discussing AI. Maybe you should go on Panero's Minds channel. If you haven't already, watch the AI videos, you know, do a little bit of more research into the AI videos, see what other articles you can find. I'll try and get software back so he can tell us about the killer robot. Um, what else have we got here? Hold on. As we're about feeding facts and knowledge of proof, I am strong, firm believer in the Most High. Yes, my brother, big up yourself every time. Massive respect to that. You know, massive respect to all people. You know, keep the faith strong, man, especially at times like this. But yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Mostens, man. If you can come with some knowledge, some facts, some articles, whatever you can bring your stuff tomorrow. So obviously, I need tomorrow. I don't know how much you know about the AI, but you now know the subject. So you know, if you are going to be with us tomorrow, you get yourself prepared and see what you can find out about the AI. And yeah, it's been. I think this has been a good show today, man. Like, I've enjoyed having everyone's company. You know, we've had a lot of comments. Big up to everyone in the comments. GNM Gaming, Moslans, Desiree, Carmi, Southeast, yes, Southeast Raised. Who else was there? J Profit, out to Pinero's Mind as well. Big up the channel. Make sure everyone's gonna be supporting the channel and subscribing, hitting the buttons, hitting the like in the stream. Make sure you hit the like, you leave in the comments. I like that. Thank you very much. Appreciating it. Yeah. Out to GNM Gaming again, Desiree Carmi. They've been there from early as well. Like I noticed this. Muslims as well been there from early. So big up yourselves, man. Like you lot are real supporters. That's what we like to see, man. People are showing interest. Who goes there? Big up yourself as well, man. Come on, man. Big up yourself every time, man. Like to wrap up the show now, but tomorrow we're gonna be talking about AI, yeah, artificial intelligence. We done the 5G show today, so we want to know what the 5G is gonna be used for, don't we? Hopefully, hopefully I'm not the only one, but I think it's gonna be a good discussion tomorrow, man. Yeah, so same time tomorrow, 8:30, same place. I'll put the link in the chat. Who's that? I'll make sure that I shout everyone that I can as well before I jump on. Big shouts go out to Annie and Shiffa, out to World for real. Big up yourself, don't know every time, massive respect. And yeah, I think we're gonna be jumping off. We're back tomorrow. We've gone over time, Annie. Are you still there? Yeah, man. So yeah, big up to everyone, man, who's tuned in. Southeast Rays, blessings to Shiffa and Annie, great team. Thank you, my brother, man. Thank you, appreciate that, man. We're all part of the team. You guys are part of the team too, man. I want you to feel like you're a part of this. Like this is a movement. So, let's grow our movement. A share ain't gonna hurt no one. Share with your friends, share with your family, share with sensible people, that can come and bring more knowledge and, help bring the conversation even further, and yeah, just in general, have a good time, have a good night, and think about tomorrow's show. We might start the competition running from tomorrow. So yeah, hopefully I see you all back tomorrow. Hopefully you've watched today's show. If you ain't watched today's show or listened to today's show, should I say, then maybe you need to go back, rewind it back, listen to the show, because we might be asking questions about subjects in the show for the competition. Just a quick heads up. Not everyone's going to hear that. So I'm out. Stay blessed. Stay living. Stay corona free. All right, blessings, yeah. Annie, we're gone.